started. It really isn't quite well written.
We're doing that. This is a study before we started, so I'm
Yeah, well, we've been working. That's a bad thing, yes. This is very good. I mean, not admitting that in every religion there are a lot of different interpretations of Jesus' way or Muhammad's way.
Well, I like the metaphor she had of one path that's you know what I mean? Yep.
Well, yeah, I would have liked to hear from the guy in the middle.
Stothard,
Like,
Thompson, Festerson, Gray, Jerem, Mulligan. Mr. President.
Here. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation by Councilmember Chris Jerem.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I just ask today that as we begin our meeting throughout, we keep in mind a spirit of respectful dialogue, tolerance, diversity, and mutual respect.
City Clerk certifies publication of daily record on September 17th. Note for Creek Council and regular City Council meeting September 21st, 2010. A current copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of the legislative chambers.
If you have a cell phone or pager, we ask that you turn it off or to vibrate. Mr. Clerk, first item.
First item would be the roll call on reconsideration.
We need a motion.
Nope, we have a motion and a second. We just need the roll call.
Roll call.
Stothard?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson? No. Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
No.
Mulligan?
No.
Mr. President,
Yes.
reconsideration passes on a 4-3 vote. We now have items 5 through 9 back on the floor. Item 5 is ordinance to rescind the PK parking overlay district located northeast 49th and Dodge Street. A, Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. 6 is ordinance to rezone property from LOGC and R7 to CC Community Commercial District. A, Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is communications opposing. C is communications supporting. D is communications opposing. 7 is a preliminary plat entitled Dundee Place Replat Number 19 is hereby accepted. A, Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. 8 is the resolution of the replat transmitter herewith entitled Dundee Place Replat Number 19 is hereby approved. A, Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. And 9 is subdivision agreement is hereby approved. Items 5 through 9 are back on the floor. The public hearing has been held.
Mr. Jerem?
Yes, now that we see the way the vote happened on the last item, I would move for a 2-week layover to allow the developers and the neighbors an opportunity to meet and discuss alternative plans and designs.
Roll call.
This is on the layover. Stothard?
No.
Thompson?
No.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gray?
No.
Jerem?
Yes.
Mulligan?
No.
Mr. President,
Yes.
it fails on a 3-4 vote. Discussion. Council discussion. And a vote.
Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could have, I know that there were some members of the neighborhood that wanted to speak. I wanted to give them. There were 3 members that I know of that we said we would allow some time to speak. Councilmember Jerem and I talked about that and decided on 3 specific individuals. We'll call them soon. The first thing I'd like to do is, Mr. Jobin, if you could come to the microphone, please. Even since last week, there has been some change in the design. If you could run through that just very quickly for us, please, so that the neighbors have an opportunity to see what the change in the design has been.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Mr. President, members of the council, Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant. What happened after the 4-3 vote against the proposed project is there was an article in the newspaper regarding the piano building that is immediately across the street from 49th Street on Dodge. And if I may, I'll turn this on. There was an article that appeared in the Omaha World Herald on the next day that said the piano building tunes up. And if you can see, this seemed to have the support of the Dundee neighborhood with respect to the elevations. So again, CVS trying to be a good neighbor, trying to work with the Dundee Memorial Park Association and the various neighbors as to come up with a look that would work and that would fit into the neighborhood. They changed the elevation. And if you recall, the last time we were here, the elevation was such that they had more of a commercial look on the front of the building along the Dodge Street corridor, and then they had a residential feel with the pitched roof on the Capitol Avenue side of the building. Since that time, and based upon this drawing, the thing I would say to the council is that CVS and its architects have continuously looked for a way to try to work with the neighborhood, continuously tried to come up with an elevation that we felt would fit in. We now have followed what we believe was the direction. We finally actually received some direction that we could actually follow. Before, it was just ambiguous, and you were trying to draw. Again, if you recall, we had, at the time, 19 different iterations of the site plan and the elevations. Now we have 20. And so, once again, CVS went back to the drawing board. And again, this is not easy. I mean, when they go back to the drawing board, they have to go back to their committees. They have to go back to their corporate headquarters in New Jersey. This is not an easy decision. Again, this project is way over budget. To start with, it was on the last iteration. It's even more so now. And what you'll see is that they've decided to go ahead and pitch the roof on all 4 sides of the building. And then you also, instead of the articulation that you saw in the last iteration, now you've got a flat roof line. So we believe that we did exactly what the neighborhood was looking for by following the roof line of the piano building. And again, I've got some more elevation drawings. And again, you can notice the flat roof that mirrors the residential character of the piano building. And then, of course, you've got the pitched roof on all 4 sides. And so, again, we went back. And the other thing that the architects did, and they're trying to get approval right now from the city, but they also took into consideration the window dressings on the store. And what CVS's architects did is they went back to the drawing board and they looked at some of the historical buildings that are around the city of Omaha. And they took photographs of them, and they're in the process of working with the city as to determine how best to use those historical window dressings in this current building. And so that's where we are since the last time we were here. Again, we were finally provided with some direction that we thought we could follow and really be more compatible with the neighborhood. And again, CVS has done nothing but to reach out to this community and try to fit in, try to be a good neighbor.
Just, if I can ask a couple of questions
Sure.
real quick. First of all, in terms of the parking lot, we had a discussion about that because I had some concerns about the size of that parking lot. Could you address that?
Yes. This particular drawing here, there was a concern, like Councilmember Gray on the last time that we were here, about the parking field and the number of parking spaces. The plan that was before you the last time shows these 13 parking stalls in this location here. And this is on the northeast corner of the site. This is Capitol Avenue here. What CVS has agreed to do is eliminate those 13 parking stalls, so now you have a much wider buffer. The number of parking stalls that are required for this particular site based upon the square footage of the building are 53. We actually dropped down to 57, but that includes the 6 diagonal spaces out on 49th Street. So we actually have to get a waiver of the on-street or off-street parking requirements to eliminate those 13. I think the planning department's supportive of that. We also, if you recall, based upon Public Works and Planning, we've added 9 parallel stalls along Dodge Street as well. So with the 9 parallel parking stalls along Dodge, the six parking stalls off 49th Street, and then with the 53 parking stalls that we, or 51 parking stalls we have on site, then we'll meet the parking requirements for this particular location.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions. I don't know if anyone else does. If not, I wanted to invite several of the neighbors to come up. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Durbin. Appreciate it. Molly, if you wanted to come up, please. I don't either. Do you see the other side?
Thank you, Councilman Gray. My name is Molly Romero. I live at 5101 Nicholas in Dundee, not as close to the CVS as many of my neighbors who have been working on this opposition. And I am also a business owner in Dundee. I'm a co-owner of Mark's Bistro. I appreciate this opportunity to have a chance to speak one more time. And I've prepared some comments, so forgive me if I appear to be reading, because I probably will be reading. A friend of mine who's an appellate court judge has explained to me that many of their poor decisions are the result of poor lawyering on the part of the lawyers. failure to frame the issues properly, or failure to provide for appropriate supporting case law for their positions. In essence, the court needs the assistance of the lawyers to be able to do their jobs well. The entire burden of finding truth and law cannot rest solely upon the judges. With respect to city council actions, I view it as the responsibility of the citizenry to assist the city council in framing the issues and providing support for their positions. Dundee residents have worked hard to do this, with the understanding that city councilmen and women do not have the resources to ask someone to spend hours and hours of time researching. We understand the limitations on the ability of city councilmen and women to gather information, much less process it, analyze it, and then come to wise decisions. Dundee residents have mobilized to make their voices heard, as evidenced by the 1,800 petition signatures. It's my view, and which I expect is shared by all, that it is the City Council's duty to come to a decision after critical analysis. It's also the duty of citizens to do the same. What impairs our ability to analyze critically is being bombarded with distractions, and these distractions can take the form of carrots or sticks. It's our duty to recognize distractions for what they are, to recognize that carrots are meant to entice, perhaps even bribe or to tempt, and sticks are meant to invoke fear. Both are designed to appeal to one's personal self-interest, one's emotion, and no matter how they are disguised as to benefit others. So it's difficult to make wise decisions under the emotional influence of enticements or fear. And in this CVS matter, there seems to be much discussion of enticement cloaked in the term of economic development, and fear insinuated as, if you want CVS in locations other than D, we must have Dundee. I ask that each of you remain open to valid information, not just carrots and sticks. I ask that each of you determine for yourself what is in the best interest of Omaha, free of the distractions of the carrots and sticks. In reference to exercising discretion, it's the duty of each council member to make a realistic appraisal of the consequences of his or her decision. Not just the short-term consequences, but the consequences that will be evident 10, 15, and 20 years from now. It's not enough to say it meets the minimum requirements, as Councilman Jeremy said last time. The City Council's duty is to use its best judgment and to have the courage to determine what is best for each of Omaha's neighborhoods, to have the courage to recognize distraction for what it is and to make decisions based on each member's fundamental values and fundamental principles. Now, fundamental to me means principles adopted through careful introspection that are valid no matter what the circumstances are presented, principles that stand up to all sorts of distractions. A fundamental principle to value is not economic development as a descriptive term that can be applied willy-nilly to anything that is constructed. Rather, the fundamental value would be to determine what is truly for the benefit of the neighborhood and the city, not adopting the shortcut language of economic development. A great city is built neighborhood by neighborhood over a long period of time. Each Omaha neighborhood is critical for Omaha's well-being. We cannot say we can sacrifice one neighborhood for the benefit of all. Each sacrificed neighborhood is like a permanent wound to the city that festers and festers until it is healed. And we've learned this the hard way. Dundee is one of Omaha's treasured neighborhoods. Dundee residents know what they want Dundee to be, and in many ways we are already there. But a big box store does not fit into our vision. And as Councilman Jerem has said, Dundee is not about meeting the minimum. Omaha and Dundee are not alone in addressing this issue of CVS wanting to destroy a part of a residential neighborhood to build a big box surrounded by a vast parking lot. City councils across the country are addressing the same issue we are today. There are two areas where controversial CVS stores are pending. One is in Ferguson, Missouri, the other in Newburyport, Connecticut. Controversial cities where controversial proposals similar to the one proposed here, which were approved, were in Cranston, Rhode Island, a neighborhood very similar to Dundee, and in Memphis, Tennessee, where Councilman Shea Flynn said, and he was on the losing side, it's not okay just to say, it's a developer, we need them, we're desperate. And he went on to say, I do not wear that cologne. Controversial proposals were denied in Woonsocket, Rhode Island, where CVS is based, Evansville, Indiana, Milton, Massachusetts, St. Louis, Wortham, Sayre, Pennsylvania, and DeKalb, Illinois, far outnumbering the ones that I found where they were controversial and approved. In two other cities where CVS has been engaged in a controversial proposal, in Tampa, I can't remember the name of the neighborhood, CVS had made a proposal that required rezoning. And in order to get the rezoning, they had made many accommodations to design in order to appease residents. It was still denied, and apparently then they went back to the drawing board, found a way to get their project through without the rezoning, and then immediately retracted all the accommodations they had made to the residents. Youngstown, Ohio, the city ended up taking back incentives that were used because what CVS had done was build a store and then in anticipation of closing another store, so there was no net gain. So in closing, I'd like to say I believe Omaha is blessed with dedicated, intelligent, and articulate group of council members. But we can all be distracted. We can all make errors of judgment. So I ask you to consider whether your decision today is being made in response to distractive carrots and sticks, or is being made based on personal, well-considered values, and whether you've engaged your capacity for incisive thinking and realistic appraisal as necessary to make your decisive judgment. Please consider whether you're doing the right thing for Dundee, which would be the right thing for Omaha. It's my hope that your values, putting all personal interest aside, are consistent with the values of the Dundee residents opposing this project. But I will consider this a victory if you are consistent with your heartfelt values developed through incisive thinking, free of any thought of personal gain or loss, and act in a way completely free of fear and enticement. As a final word, I will quote Thomas Jefferson in saying, delay is preferable to error. So if any of you have any doubts about your decision today, perhaps you may wish to consider delaying the action to acquire more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Molly. I think Jenny Allgood is next, if she's here.
Hello. I too will be reading this statement, just so I stay on topic. I have something for the council.
For the record, put your name and your address.
Oh,
Jenny.
sorry.
Thanks.
My name is Jenny Allgood, and I live at 4815 Davenport Street.
Thanks.
I have something that I would like to be submitted into public record and also distributed to the council, and I will speak to it in a few moments. I am opposed to the rezoning of the 4800 block of Capitol Avenue from residential to commercial. I truly support business development, but it should not be at the expense of the neighborhood. I explained many reasons at the last meeting, and I have, as I said, I have something entered into public record here that I will speak to in a moment. There has been a lot of anger and disbelief since the decision to reconsider this vote. People throughout Omaha are appalled at the council's process and upset that the neighbor's voice in shaping their neighborhood is being silenced. Those who sell their property are not the ones who are affected by the rezoning and the encroachment of commercial activity. Those who are affected are those who remain, and that is who I would like you to think about. Because of this, I ask the council to take more time to review options at this corner so that the neighbors are not outsiders. There are alternatives here. CVS's latest plans do eliminate 30 parking spaces. However, they did not change the size of the parking lot, which I understood to be the concern of Councilman Gray and all the many people that have come against this rezoning. With the orientation of the building and 2/3 of the project being parking lot, remaining neighbors will lose the buffer that they have today from the lights and sounds of Dodge Street. Once the buildings are gone, headlights of the people turning into CVS from Dodge will shine right into the homes of the remaining neighbors. Once the buildings are gone, every noise on Dodge will transfer to the doorsteps of the remaining neighbors. The vegetation that CVS designed is non-native, not well adapted to this area, and will take 10 to 12 years to mature. So for at least the next 10 to 12 years, the remaining neighbors will have to live with the Dodge Street noise and light in addition to the CVS noise and light. CVS can give us more than what they've given us. For several months, CVS told neighbors and council members and even the newspaper that they could do nothing more with the roof line and their design. Then a week or so after being denied, they suddenly submit a drawing to the council with a pitched roof line. If they held out on this aspect of the design, then I strongly suspect there is more that can be done with the parking lot. I have designed from a local architect who extended an olive branch to CVS by developing a rough plan to show that CVS can develop the commercial land without encroaching on the neighborhood. It oriented the building so that the long side faced Dodge, which in doing so saves the 5 houses, and put the entrance at the corner of 49th and Dodge, which was also a major request of the neighbors. On first pass, I know it's not perfect and it would need some more work, but the architect spoke with the planning department this morning and was told that his sketch is feasible. It's certainly worth investigating. Alternative designs are possible but would require flexibility on all sides, which I believe can be done. And the city staff told him that they would support the waivers that would be needed. It would be similar to the waivers that Councilman or the lawyer over here mentioned about parking. I believe it would be irresponsible not to investigate other objective options before forever changing the landscape of this neighborhood. This is a real opportunity for the city to show how creative and flexible we are, and to do something that meets just about everyone's goals. Just look at the great success of the Midtown Crossing project. It is such a success because it took to heart the guidelines of our urban code, not just meeting the minimum requirements. One important point made at the last meeting is the decrease in property value for the remaining neighbors. One property owner stood up last time and I've talked to a couple others. All say that their renters have already said they will leave if the street is torn down. I know you've received letters from them and probably others. You may only be rezoning one side of the block, but doing so in effect rezones the entire street. I looked into and submitted my findings for public record last night. I reviewed property value per square foot and found that the closer you got to Dodge and the closer you got to Saddle Creek, property values per square foot did decrease. Now I realize my methodology was crude, but I believe it to be directionally correct, and I did the best that I could with the information that's available to me. I also submitted to the council 2 studies which found that noise and commercial property negatively affect property values. Just ask yourself, would you look to buy a home that faced a parking lot? Omaha by Design was passed to raise the standard of design in our city, not to give certainty to developers. Almost every piece of legislation passed has unintended consequences, and this is why we have public oversight. The developers of urban design element could not foresee every project or possibility, which is why, in addition to code revisions, the urban design element contains guidelines, which include the goal of preserving our neighborhoods and fostering development that is consistent with the surrounding area. It is the responsibility of our city council to look subjectively at a project that way and say, although this meets the minimum requirements, it doesn't appear to be what is best for the neighborhood. It doesn't further the goals of the neighborhood preservation and continuity, but instead encroaches on residential development, destroying the buffer between the neighborhood and the commercial areas by placing commercial development on a residential street. Why is it okay to encroach on a neighborhood here but not at 90th and Blondo? Why is it okay to tear down 5 houses here but not 3 houses at 90th and Blondo? Adhering to a subjective line on a map is not a good excuse. If the council accepts CVS's assertion that they've met the requirements, so therefore they should be able to build, then our public process is unnecessary. It's been asked, what does this tell business developers? This tells business developers, come to Omaha, we'll rubber stamp whatever you want to do, and there's no reason to work with the community. More importantly, what does this tell the people of Omaha? This says don't bother getting involved in development of your community. There's little used backdoor procedures that take you out of the equation. The rezoning request went in front of the council, each side presented their case, and the rezoning was denied. No new information has come to light, so that ruling should stand. None of our legitimate traffic safety concerns were even addressed in any of the revisions. Lastly, saying no to rezoning does not mean no to redevelopment of the commercial property on Dodge Street. These properties were not up for sale prior to CVS soliciting it, so there are likely other buyers out there. We need appropriate development at this corner, development that matches the form, scale, and character of the neighborhood. Please give more time to review alternatives which could help meet everyone's goals. The project affects so many more than those within the 300 feet as the city's notification process would suggest. The 1,800 signatures I gathered went beyond the 300 feet. I am here to ask the council to respect the people that have taken the time to get involved in their community, respect the adjacent property owners, respect the 1,800 people that spoke out, respect the people that are here again today, and respect the votes of the council members who represent this area. Thank you, Councilman Gray, for giving me the time to speak.
Matt Manderfeld. If he's not here, I would entertain one other person. We'd agreed on 3. And if there's one other person that wants to speak, I would like to give them the opportunity to do that from the neighborhood.
She basically covered with.
Okay, the gentleman here. There's one more gentleman. If you could keep it short, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Barton D. Bond. I live at, I have a business at 1402 Dodge Street, about 5 blocks from this project, and I think about my property along Dodge Street. I spruced it up, but I don't like it. Dodge Street is special. It's the only unique street in the entire city that everyone has a connection to. And it takes on different forms as you move along it. But the decision that you're looking at today, in my view, it's a 100-year plus decision on what you decide to do with this. Dundee is a traditional neighborhood. That plan that's been presented to you is a suburban retail layout. It doesn't fit that neighborhood. Moreover, it doesn't fit that entire strip of what Dundee and Dodge Street ought to be as you pass through that part of the city. I'm really talking about from about 46th Street to 51st Street. There needs to be much more consideration as to what you want that part of the city to be and look like. And if you knock that down and put up what was displayed today, you're tearing the character of that neighborhood away. That street is like the front door to Dundee, and it reflects what will occur in the future. How will it develop? Will it be redeveloped and keep its character, or will it decay because of what the front door looks like? And if you look at many of those buildings along there, they're past due. They're ready for development. A lot of that will occur in the next couple of decades. This will likely be the biggest and maybe perhaps the only big change that you'll see with this council here. But you will set the course of events for those 6 blocks of Dodge Street. Now just think of Dodge Street just down the road from it as you pass like 51st Street to 70th Street, how beautiful that part of the street looks. That's what people should see when they come to Omaha. The decay that is east of that, it needs to be replaced, but not with projects like this. So I strongly oppose this particular idea, but I would say to CVS that this is an opportunity for you to set the proper tone as you enter into our market, into our city. This should be the one flagship to set the right tone. Most other locations that you're going to go to are the suburban type plans, the inexpensive ones to build. But I know I've got businesses in South Beach, Florida. I know that you adapt to what a city requires, and you've adapted there. You should adapt here. So I think that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Gray?
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. I wanted to take the opportunity to, first of all, I've got a number of things that I want to try and do today, and among them, and I know Councilmember Thompson, I know you want to speak, but if you would indulge me for a few minutes, please. First of all, I think it's important for me to explain to you all a few things about what has occurred over the last week and a half and place it in some perspective. First of all, there has been a lot of conversation that for some reason or somehow I was bought off or threatened. Initially, when that first came up, I was offended that people would think that I would be bought off or threatened for any reason or under any circumstances. And I can look back at the minimum manning ordinance for the fire department that I took on as soon as I got on the council and led that charge. I will remind you all, too, that it lost the first time and we were able to bring it back because we do have the flexibility to do that in some instances. But when I look at that and some of the other areas that I deal with, especially with gang members and when individuals want to talk about breaking up the school district and standing up against some of those real strong voices, I would think that people would recognize that you can't buy me nor can you threaten me. But I understand. I stepped back for a minute and I understand why some people feel like that because people who sit in this position have in a lot of instances not done the right thing. They've done the expedient thing. And so that has sent a wrong message, and that message has more or less placed itself on other elected officials. And for that reason, I'm sorry that I'm sorry that the circumstances are what they are, that people can even believe that someone would be threatened or bought off or whatever the case may be. I want to tell you that I didn't have a single meeting with CVS or its attorneys prior to the first vote. We never had a conversation. We just couldn't get the times together because there were other things going that were, in my opinion, more important to me to deal with than this particular issue at the time, although I did keep up on it. I want to share with you just very briefly, and I did get an email from a member of the council as soon as the vote was taken, and that came from our council president. And I'm just going to read in part what the email says. It says, "I recognize how perplexed you were after the CVS vote," and he went on to say, "I've been there as well." So he recognized that I had problems with the vote that I had made as soon as I made it. Now, I tried to figure out how best to address what was inside of me, what the concerns were that I had inside of me in terms of not feeling good about the original vote that I had made. It ended up coming down to the fact that I did what I did by calling the news conference. Now, when I called that news conference, I did not bother to call my council members because I didn't want them involved, and I hope that they don't take offense that some text messaged me or emailed me and I didn't respond because I didn't think you ought to be in the middle of this. This was my mess to clean up, and I didn't want them to be involved in it. Secondly, I never talked to CVS about the news conference I was going to have, nor did I talk to their attorneys. The only people that knew that I was going to do the news conference prior to me doing it were the neighbors. And I had talked to a couple of them and asked them to get the word out to people, not only that I was going to do this news conference, but also that I was going to be available on a Channel 22 show for you to call in and ask questions, because I felt it important enough that we continue our dialogue as much as possible. Since then, I've had 2 conversations with CVS, and most of them had to do with the parking lot. And the other part of that, they came to me and talked about just recently that they had changed the design. I can't believe that you all believe that I intentionally wanted to bring all of these angry faces down here and have them all directed specifically at me. It was something that I did not want to do. It was something that I was not comfortable with doing. But the fact of the matter is that I had to feel like I needed to vote what my conscience was, and my conscience was not letting me stay with the vote that I had made. When I looked at the master plan or talked about the master plan, as I understand it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cunningham, the master plan for that area calls for mixed-use commercial. Is that right?
Rick Cunningham, Planning Department, yes.
Okay. And so with that, we knew there was going to be mixed-use commercial anyway, so it was going to be some type of development that was going to go in there, no matter what. The way it is in the master plan is mixed-use development. I want to talk a little bit about perspective, if I will, and I'm not going to try and take too long, again, Councilmember Thompson, but I thank you again for your indulgence. I've heard people mention and talk about the integrity of the neighborhood, and I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with understanding what that means, and I've heard some people go and talk about the destruction of the neighborhood. I have some perspective on that, and I have a little bit of knowledge of what happens when you destroy not only integrity, but when you destroy a neighborhood, like was done in several areas in Cleveland, where my hometown is, and in Omaha, North Omaha specifically, where I grew up, where they drove a freeway through the heart of that community, displacing over 11,000 people and destroying not only the character, not only the integrity, but in fact destroying the neighborhood itself. So I have some understanding of what that's like. I want to share with you, because I've been in television for over 30 years, and I want to go back again specifically to some of the arguments that you raised. I heard some of those same arguments when we were talking about One Pacific Place and the raging battle that went on for a number of years there, for a number of months there with the folks in Regency, and their arguments were the same as the ones that I've heard today about the destruction of the integrity of the neighborhood and those sorts of things. One Pacific Place is there today, and I'm not convinced that there has been any integrity breakdown in Regency. The changes, I've checked on some of the charges and so forth that people have leveled against CVS in other cities, and in fact some of those charges are in fact true, and some of them are somewhat disturbing, but the fact of the matter is that they're all charges. No one has been convicted. There has not been anything done in terms of and there have been a number of settlements, but those settlements don't necessarily mean guilt or innocence. Those are just settlements that they engage in. And while we focused on CVS, there have been a number of other organizations, and this primarily happens in Massachusetts and New York for whatever reason. I think the laws there are different or whatever, but the fact of the matter is that while we focused on CVS, this is the case for a number of other businesses as well, including a couple that reside here in Omaha. What we're really talking about, in my judgment here, has to do with economic development and the message that we send to other developers around the country. In the district that I live in, where our community has been literally destroyed, not figuratively destroyed, but literally destroyed, and attempting to bring that back, I, as a representative of that district, cannot look at I cannot afford to dissuade or not look at any opportunity to bring about economic development for this city in general and specifically in North Omaha. I just can't do that, and that was part of what was bothering me about this vote. I've not been bought off. I've not been paid off. If people have threatened me, it has not made its way to me, and I would have met those threats. Let me not go there, but let me not go there with that. Let me just say that those.
Been there, done that, Mr. Gray.
Yeah, I would not have taken those threats very kindly and and the individual that made that threat, they would have seen me very soon. Let me finish by saying, I respect what the neighbors have talked about. I respect what you believe to be is in the best interest of the neighborhood. I respect that, and I did not want to have to do this. I did not want to have to be here today. I did not want to have to look at a whole lot of angry faces, but the fact of the matter is that if you're going to be in elective office, you have to vote what you feel is the right thing to do. And in this particular instance, I felt like what I did initially was not the appropriate thing to do for this city, for this district, and even for you all's neighborhood. I don't know that there's going to be any destruction, as you all described, because there's a store that's going to go in. And I guess we have a difference of opinion as what we call a big box. I would call Walgreens a big box, or Target a big box, or some of those other places a big box. I don't think that I would describe CVS or any of the other pharmacies as big boxes. So with that, I wanted to just give you some rationale and some reason for why I did what I did. I didn't do this in some sort of fanciful way. I didn't do this because I was looking for press clippings or anything like that. I did it because inside of me, I felt like I made the wrong decision, and I'm sorry that we don't agree, but those are my thoughts, those are my feelings. That is why we are here today, and I wanted to share that with you all so that you know where I'm coming from and you know how I feel. And I know people have made threats or assertions that at the end of the day that I won't get a vote. There are some of you in here who were supportive of my campaign. There are some of you in here that I consider to be friends of mine, and I hope we will continue to be that at the end of the day. But when we sit in this seat, we have to make the best decisions possible. And for me, this was the best decision possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm always happy to see democracy work, and even when it doesn't work perfectly the way that we think it should, I'm impressed by that. I'm impressed by my colleague's statements. The colleague to my left here, the fact that he would take on the heat and follow what he feels he has to do. That's not an easy thing to do. And I also am extremely impressed with Molly's thesis. She got to the microphone and said some very impressive things in an impressive way. And so there's got to be a winner and it's got to be a loser, and it's too bad that it works out that way. But I'm glad to see that people are really putting themselves into it deeply and not just shooting from the hip. And it seems like both Councilman Gray and the neighborhood have done their due diligence, and I'm impressed of how they're coming to this point in time. Having said that, I want to call up CVS rep, and I believe his name is Treg. Is that yes. Correct?
Hi, Treg Charlton, Regional Director of Real Estate for CVS Cleveland, Ohio.
Treg, Ms. Allgood gave us a diagram, and it's the first time I've seen it. I think my colleagues, this is the first time they've seen it. And what it does, it has CVS going along the Dodge Street side and then all the parking on the Dodge Street side. To be honest with you, that's it seems like common sense. What made you not do that to begin with at the very beginning?
I had Carlson take a look at some other site plans, and those were probably some of the first renditions that we attempted. But Larry's got a short laundry list of, I think, about 15 items that just would prohibit us from doing that, and in no order of importance. But the layout's on an old aerial. Yeah, Larry could probably get through it quicker than
you. Go ahead, Larry, if you need to assist. And just identify yourself again.
Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road. Oops.
And then the question again then is what originally kept you from having the layout all along Dodge Street?
The site plan that was proposed yesterday, and I think this goes to CVS's credibility and how they are willing to look at all options. At the end of the day, the fact of the matter is this simply doesn't work. It's an inferior site plan. It doesn't work from a number of different aspects.
Could you just list a couple of
Yeah, I
important
can.
ones?
Number one, and Public Works can verify this would never get the support of Public Works. The entryway at Dodge Street here is actually 100 feet shorter in distance from what is called for here. It doesn't meet the site and distance guidelines nor the stopping site distance for cars headed on Dodge Street, and I think Public Works could testify about that. It also has diagonal parking here along Dodge Street that is unacceptable to Public Works. It only has 19 cars on site. There's no circulation or ability to get delivery trucks in here. It also calls for, it appears, to acquire a portion of these residential lots here, which assumes that you could actually get the residential owners to sell a portion of their property with no buffer. Remember, between a commercial CC zone and a residential zone, you have to have a 20-foot buffer. It would require multiple waivers to get this to work. Not to mention, it doesn't, the grade change is such, and David Burnett of Carlson Consulting Engineers is here as well. The grade change is such from north to south and west to east that you could never accommodate the grade change without substantial retaining walls that would also violate all the urban design guidelines. I mean, there's just multiple problems with this site. I've got a list of them here.
Do you want to go with some of the real world? I mean, provisions for dumpster, provision for compactor, provisions for handicap parking. Most of our, a good portion of our customers, the elderly, handicapped, need safe, assured access. Our entryways here are smaller and arguably more dangerous than the other 100 that exist along Dodge today. So, I mean, Larry's got a list of 14 here, and most of these are related to very specific code and variance type of measures, but there are a lot of real-world issues with that site plan.
Treg, when we have a change in speakers, just you need to re-identify yourself, just for the record.
Treg Charlton, CVS Pharmacy.
Thank you.
And if I may, maybe I can make this part of the record. I know that you all have the 14 reasons for why this would not work.
Just put your name on the record again, Larry.
Larry Jobin.
Yeah. I don't want to get threatened again.
I also wanted to address CVS's core reason for being at this particular location is they're trying to have 5 stores in the core of Omaha to compete with 13 Walgreens stores that are in the core of Omaha. And by having this site plan, you would be requiring them to have an inferior site plan, and if you wanted them to move from a different corner, an inferior location to try to compete with their competitors, which they're simply unwilling to do. CVS wants to come to the market with as few of stores and be as competitive as possible, and to make sure that they have success in this marketplace to continue on to do more stores. Because if the few that they've started with are successful, and Trey can talk more about this, then they will actually expand more into the Omaha market. But if the city forces them to have an inferior site in an inferior location, they're not going to compete well, they're not going to want to come into our community. It's not going to create jobs. It's not going to create sales tax revenue. It's not going to create valuation. And I think this council has a number of things that they look at. They look at the neighborhood, and they look at and it's a balancing act. And I understand that, and we respect the neighbors, and we've done a lot to get this site plan and these elevations in a fashion that we believe is compatible with the adjacent neighborhood. This council looks at master plans, it looks at urban design code, it looks at elevations, it looks at the site plan, and it also weighs in on tax considerations from a sales tax perspective, from a tax valuation perspective, and from an employment perspective. And it's a balancing act. I think at the end of the day, with all CVS has done here, the store at this location and its configuration as shown outweighs the concern of the neighborhood. That's just my opinion.
Thank you very much. We still need to have control here, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't voted yet. So go ahead. Are you finished?
Trey, unless you have something to add.
I would just say in closing, certainly we appreciate everyone's attention to the matter. We know the council's been through a lot the last couple of weeks. I still very much believe today that, I get I get where the opposition's coming from. They're close to it. It's in their neighborhood. It's near and dear to them. But I think you can get so attached to an issue that sometimes it's difficult to separate yourself and really step back and view it with new eyes. And what we are proposing today, you know, is very much in keeping with that character of the neighborhood. I think if you look at the 49er building today, the vacant building next to it, the vacant coffee shop, I'm just very proud of what we're putting out there. So I just want to thank you again.
Thank you. I still need the floor for a bit here, Mr. President. Could I have Public Works?
Bob Stubbe, Public Works. Traffic Engineer Todd Fitzer can address questions related to traffic.
And I have a question for you, too.
Go ahead.
Some of the 14 points that were summarized, are you in agreement that they would have been problematic for trying to go along Dodge Street?
There are some concerns with regard to the entrance points, the angle parking along Dodge Street, and again, I can have Todd Fitzer address those issues.
And I don't need specifics. I just need were some of the objections to this particular picture that we were given today, would those objections have been accurate?
Todd?
Todd Fitzer, Public Works.
And
yes, those
go ahead. Do you have this, sir?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and put it back up again.
Oh, I don't have it with me. I'm sorry. I have seen it. I don't have it in my possession right now.
So some of the objections, dumpsters, buffers, parking, are those accurate, or is it being portrayed accurately?
Dumpsters, buffers, and parking, I would prefer to defer to planning. That is not my area. I can answer questions with regard to access and parking and those types of things.
What would have been wrong with this site here?
The diagonal parking on Dodge Street would not be allowed. First of all, the parking to the south of the store would not be allowed onto Dodge Street. And the access, which was previously further east, that is correct. That access is now too close to 49th Street, and there's not adequate sight distance for turning vehicles into and out of there, and it would not be approved based on that fact.
Talk to me about going east on
With
Dodge.
the access?
Going east on Dodge and having to make a left turn. Now, I know we talked about it before, but I want you to go on record again.
Okay. Dodge Street, as you know, is a changeable 5-lane section, so that middle lane changes from time to time. We have Dodge Street posted so you cannot turn left onto public streets from Dodge Street, east and west, during the AM and PM peak hours. Or I'm sorry, you can't turn any times of the day. However, you can turn into private driveways, private businesses, all up and down Dodge Street. And the vast majority, that is the way that you can do things. We understand that left turn vehicles off of Dodge Street do pose some accident potential. However, there is adequate sight distance here. There is no reason that this one is any worse or any better than any other driveway that offers the same sight distance availability. The reason we have no left turns posted on public streets is simply from a capacity standpoint. It allows us to move more cars by not having to provide left turn phasing and left turn storage at the intersections.
I've heard it said by some citizens that there's a crown, a hill, right there at that spot, and that it creates sort of a blind spot for cars that may be coming up swiftly going westward. Have you taken that into consideration?
Yes, sir. And we looked at the available site distance as proposed in the development, the site development that we were given, and it meets the site distance requirements for that movement.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to say?
Unless there's further questions.
Thank you very much. And the next and last question I have is for planning.
Rick Cunningham, Planning Director.
Mr. Cunningham, the area that is north of Capitol Street, is there a currently some kind of overlay, some special environmental overlay that is applied to that area so that this kind of development does not encroach further than what it's going to be?
I'm going to have to ask Chad Weaver if he has an answer. I don't believe that there's an environmental overlay that would not allow further encroachment. It would come down to a land use question.
What would it take, Mr. Cunningham or Mr. Weaver, to guarantee that the development stops there and it doesn't go any further?
Well, Chad Weaver, City Planning, the only thing that guarantees that is you folks. Obviously, regardless of what the master plan says, you folks have the ability to vote to change that and to allow development. Perhaps what you're speaking of is the limits of the mixed-use area, which appear on the master plan as the red dashed line. That does go on Capitol, so according to that plan, none of the mixed-use type development, including commercial such as this, would proceed north.
As it stands right now, it couldn't?
Well, in conformance with the master plan, nothing could be approved that would be north of Capitol. Again, those are available for amendment, but certainly that's the situation as it stands today.
Refresh my memory again. Why do we have the special overlays to begin with? Isn't that to protect certain areas from this kind of a thing?
Well, it's not an overlay. Again, it's called the mixed-use boundaries. And in existing areas of the city, what that was an attempt to do when the master plan was approved is indicate generally where the mix of uses, being office, commercial, and multifamily in most instances, where they were or where they would be reasonable. It allows for some flexibility within that. In some cases where we don't have that mixed-use designation, in the older parts of the city, we basically showed where the commercial was and then where the residential was, and we felt that boundary should stay the same. In instances where there was more of a mix, like a Dundee and another number of other commercial nodes, we put the red boundary on there to allow some flexibility within that boundary for a shifting between commercial, office, and residential.
I am not 100% sure how the vote is going to go today. I think this is going to pass, but I want to go on record as saying I will vehemently oppose any kind of development of this magnitude that goes north of Capitol Street. We need to preserve that area and not make it into a commercial zone. So I'd like to go on record today as stating that's my position.
Councilman?
Yes.
You said overlay. Are you talking about the ACI overlay that is currently on?
I happen to know that 2-3 years ago we were kind of experimenting with the idea in the master plan and Omaha by Design of having certain areas in town that are historical and kind of special, don't fit the kind of assembly line look, that we can do something to that area which preserves that. And it just seems as if that conversation 3 years ago, maybe it got forgotten or something. But
you may be referring to an NCE?
Perhaps.
Mr. Weaver, do you want to?
Chad Weaver, City Planning. There are a number of overlays that could be relevant here. There is an NCE, which is Neighborhood Commercial Enhancement overlay that's being used on Underwood. There's a Civic Place District, which could be adopted, that is designated for, as you say, more important, prominent places, which Dundee probably could fit the bill. None of those have been utilized as of yet. There is an ACI, Area of Civic Importance overlay along Dodge Street. Eventually we'll go Dodge from downtown all the way out west. It is in place here, and those rules are what CVS is following in terms of building the building up at the street, at the corner.
In addition to
things that they're following.
In addition to what we're doing today, we need to preserve the rest of this area and not let heavy type of construction of this sort go north of Capitol. And so I want to go on record today as saying that I will be helping the councilman from this area in the future for that to happen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mrs. Stothert?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, but the last time we voted, I voted not to deny. I voted to approve the project, and I certainly am not going to change my vote today because I still do approve it. But I want to make it clear why I voted the way I did. And it was, as Molly said in her statements, It was not because of bribes. It was not because of fear. It was not because of enticements. It was not because I was distracted. Every item on the agenda, I always study, I do my research, and the reason I voted for it is because of many of the statements that were already made today, and that is it is an ACI overlay zone. It satisfied all of those requirements. It satisfied all the requirements for urban design and Omaha by design and fits in the city's master plan. It was approved by the planning department and it was approved by the planning board. And those are a lot of people involved in making those standards and those codes and designing those elements that put a lot of common sense, a lot of time, a lot of concern into them. And so when you achieve all of those things as a new company that's wanting to come into Omaha and invest in Omaha and develop, or if it's a developer that has been in Omaha for a long time, it's really important that we don't send the message back to these developers that they could meet all of these codes, all the standards, all the design elements, and we could still turn around and deny them. As Councilman Gray said, that in these hard economic times, we have to look at new business and new development as something very positive. And besides all of the emails that we've all been receiving asking us to deny this project, it's very important to know that we have received many emails from Dundee residents supporting the project. Residents, business owners, property owners, not everyone does oppose this project. There are many that do, and that's important to get that message out also. And again, it's not always just about money, but when you have one store that can provide 25 jobs, approximately $5 million of property tax valuation, and approximately $10 million a year in revenue, that's something we have to look at very closely. Now, one question I have, though, is, Jenny, I'd like you to, if you could come back for just a second, and I want to ask you about the new design that that we all have in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
And repeat your name, please.
Jenny Allgood, 4815 Davenport.
Okay, I just need to know, since you have submitted this and you wanted the planning department to look at it, who did design this? Which architect?
I am not at liberty to say. They felt a conflict of interest, and so I would have to consult with them before giving their name.
Well, I think before that this would even be considered, the City of Omaha should not be considering any kind of an architectural design or plan from an anonymous architect. We would need to know who he is and what type of architecture he practiced and what company he works for, and I would like to know that.
Okay. Should this go forward and the council be wanting to consider it, I could consult with them. I'm not going to release information that I'm not at liberty to release. But just so, as I said, this was something that was extended out to CVS and the planning department kind of as an olive branch to show that there are options. I'm not saying that this exact plan as it is exactly what they need to do. I'm just showing it as that there are options out here.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's all I wanted to ask. And I would like to ask the council, though, that if we're going to consider an alternate architectural plan, that we would need to know the architect that designed it, and we would need to know the firm that he works with. I don't think that we should be considering anonymous plans. But thank you. I appreciate that.
I could most likely do that, but not in a public forum.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'll yield the floor, but I just want to say that, I take a lot of time and effort into each one of the votes I make, and it's certainly, City Council should be not acting arbitrarily on any issue, and I know none of the council does. And we give a lot of careful thought and consideration into each vote. And frankly, to be accused of bribery or accepting money under the tables or fear, et cetera, is quite offensive. That's not how this council acts, and that's not how we work. And so I'll yield the floor now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Festerson.
Mr. President, I'm supportive of CVS entering the Omaha market. In fact, I'm working with them on several sites in my district, but continue to believe that what's been proposed at this site still isn't characteristic of the Dundee neighborhood. And I think that's evident from the strong neighborhood opposition that continues today, and it goes back to our meeting a few months ago when we expressed that concern. And to the notion of, what are we hearing? I would say easily from my constituents, even in the last 2 weeks, it's been 80-20, if not 90-10, opposed to this project. So I wanted to note that for the record, too. And I think we did listen to the neighborhood the first time and got it right the first time. So I'll continue to vote no today. I would also consider delaying the vote, which already has been defeated, with the idea of continuing to work on this alternative or some other alternative. Jenny, I wanted to ask you one question, too, if you'd come down one more time, only because I saw when we were doing some analysis on this particular picture, there were a couple of questions in the crowd or some comments in the crowd that that's the wrong picture. But did we, in fact, analyze the right alternative you were proposing?
Jenny Allgood, 4815 Davenport. The picture that CVS put up and that they created their 14 comments from was not the picture that I presented this morning. The one that I presented this morning extended further east, which would allow for probably 20 more parking spots, and then it also would allow you to keep the entrance down at the east side of the project. As I stated earlier, this is a first pass, rough draft. There's a lot of things that could creatively be done. I know there was a lot of creativity with retaining walls at the Walmart store. So I think just my point here is that I do believe that the parking could be accommodated, perhaps not making this expansion to the east, making it not necessary for the Dodge Street parking, and it would allow for the entrance to be further east as well. I believe that this shows that there is a real opportunity to investigate some more alternatives. But again, it would require flexibility on CVS's part, on the neighbor's part, and on the city's part.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But the pink drawing was the drawing in question.
It actually had the different outline. He was looking at where this dark line is, which made a much smaller footprint, whereas what I gave this morning was a much larger footprint, but still stays within the commercial property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I appreciate the attempt at a constructive alternative to what we're doing here, because there isn't only one answer to how this could work. And I don't think, by and large, people are saying no to a project here. They're saying just not this design, and let's think about ways we can do it differently. And that's something I would support if there was a layover. But as I mentioned, we attempted to do that, and that doesn't appear to be the way things are headed today. Two more comments for me. There was some conversation earlier, too, about various different overlays and designations, and I would comment that the word NCE was mentioned earlier. That's a Neighborhood Conservation Enhancement District. And we should note that the first one in the entire city has been adopted for Dundee between 49th and 51st along Underwood, both sides of the street, with the very idea of maintaining Dundee's character as we go about a $2 million streetscape improvement to that area for the businesses and to create jobs in that area. I'm very confident in that overlay's ability to structure development the way Dundee would like to see it and the way that is characteristic with that neighborhood. So I wanted to mention that too. Last thing, if the vote today goes the way of the consideration did, and I suspect that's the case, I had a question for Mr. Cunningham. There were a couple new things discussed today that were not discussed at the last public hearing, a couple new concessions. And my understanding today is all we're really doing is talking about replats and rezonings and some other planning department mechanisms. And design is relevant and appearance is relevant in this discussion, but the reality is the enforcement of those discussions and those appearances and the reduction in parking spaces and the new roof line actually happen at a later time. Is that correct?
Rick Cunningham, Planning Director. Yes, what's before you now has to do with the land use, rezoning, and so forth. Really isn't the aesthetics of the building that comes under the urban design element of the master plan, the building codes, and other things. So what you're voting on is the land use issues, and not per se the aesthetics. What we have tried to do in order to facilitate this project, as we do with every project, is we know that there's going to be a concurrent review for aesthetics and otherwise, so we kind of overlap them and do them concurrently so that you really, even though you're only voting on the land use, you do see the project and get an idea of what it's going to look like and how it fits into the neighborhood.
And I think that's important. But what ensures now this next step that, in fact, the 12 spaces will be reduced and, in fact, the roof line will change and a couple other considerations discussed today?
Well, I think that you, in passing this, you can add that as conditions to your action and we're going to continue to work with the developer and as we get input from the community and to try to make sure that what is done is compatible with the neighborhood as we move forward. There has been discussion about the potential for an application of TIF, and we have in the past used that as an avenue to ensure compliance, total compliance with the urban design element of the master plan. There hasn't been a final decision yet, I don't think, on whether or not this applicant will be going after a TIF application or not. But if they do, then we will be back at the negotiation table, and the urban design element will be in play there also.
So typically those things are administrative in nature that the department will regulate before and up to the point they get a building permit, correct?
Yes, sir. And of course, the TIF application comes back before the TIF committee, the planning board, and the city council also again,
So
as far as the approval process.
Okay, so if this does pass today, those are things you will follow and ensure take place?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Jerem.
Yes, I would like to thank everyone who came today again to speak or to listen and show your interest in the issue, because I realize for many, including the speakers, that it's very difficult to take time off from work and your schedules to come here at this time of the day for the length of time that you have, as well as the people who are here on other issues today who sat patiently in the room waiting for their opportunity to speak on other issues. I won't take a whole lot of time repeating what I said the last time this came forward, but to take a moment to really emphasize that the design standards that CVS has passionately argued that they're proud to have complied with, and indeed they have, according to the planning department, those are minimum standards. I mean, they're minimum design standards. And, you know, when you design to the minimum, then I think it's evident that you get the type of opposition and concern that's been expressed throughout this process. And Molly Romero, you were right. I mean, a lot of us believe that Dundee, if you look at the architecture in that area and the people who built the commercial buildings and the residential buildings, it's not about minimums. It really isn't. It's about people over a long period of time, many decades, who designed beyond that. And that's why it's such a desirable place for people to be, and where people want to live and operate their businesses. So I think that when you get to really the point of the alternative design that was presented here today, it's not to provide the solution. It's to provide an example of the feasibility of alternatives that are available when you collaborate with people and you put your heads together to formulate a better idea, and you can reach compromise. And, you know, when the process came forward earlier, we just didn't see that type of willingness. Again, citing, I think the statement was that we can't design this to please the 1,800 different perspectives, because that just doesn't work. And I don't think that the opposition and the neighbors were really suggesting that. I think that they were suggesting that if a few of the people that were leading in the effort who then could communicate with their people, this represented an option of something that could go forward in some other format that would be acceptable to the neighbors. As far as the store, I would give the statement of hope that my sense of how this is going to go today in the vote, from what happened in the earlier vote, that the developers still extend that opportunity to the neighbors or the leaders to participate in this process, whether it be closing off the access or ingress and egress to Capitol Avenue, whether it be changing the landscape materials that you're choosing or the size of the placement of the berms. Those are all certainly things that wouldn't suggest significant cost to the developer. It's something you can do to help address some of the other concerns, as well as the type of lighting you use, the direction of that lighting, your signage plans, and things like that. and again, if you come back for TIF, where you're asking the taxpayers to subsidize your development, then I think it's fair game for them to have a significantly heightened expectation as far as what your design will be and what you're going to do, because if you're asking them as taxpayers to help subsidize this, then they're going to have those expectations, and you should be ready for them. So if that's your long-term plan on this site, I would encourage that dialogue to start now. So I would echo my colleague, Mr. Festerson, that we did get it right the last time, and that's the way I'd ask my colleagues to vote.
Thank you. Mr. Mulligan?
Yes, thank you. As I stated before the August 31st vote, a major concern of mine is the traffic situation on Dodge Street and the problems that I believe that this is going to create. If we have as a city, if we're going to promote significantly larger commercial type projects within this corridor, then we need to change the left turn situation on Dodge. It doesn't make any sense that the city establishes or has and maintains an express lane down the middle of Dodge Street and then create a situation that begs left-hand turns. And I believe that's going to create an unsafe condition for our motorists. And I also think, and I don't mean to be repetitive here, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands where my position is. I also think that we have failed to realize the strong feelings and desires of the neighbors, as well as the importance of the uniqueness and the historical significance of the Dundee area. And I ask CVS that regardless of how this vote comes out today, I ask that you revisit your plans and come up with something that better fits the motif, the flavor, and the historical significance of Dundee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to reiterate very, very quickly that, again, I had problems with the first time I voted. I cannot in good conscience ignore the possibility of other economic development, especially from people that may be looking at Omaha. And I certainly can't, I have to be open to economic development all over this city, but particularly in District 2, where we desperately need economic development. I wish they would have done it all there, and that way we wouldn't have any problems. But the fact of the matter is that they have a plan in place that they follow, and I'm willing to accept some faith a little bit that you all are going to do what the right thing is. And you've heard from other council members who say that this is an ongoing process where you still continue to you still need to continue to engage in the neighbors and so forth, engage with the neighbors and so forth to make this the best project possible with first of all limited incursion, and secondly more blending in, or as much blending in as possible. I just need to know, Mr. Clerk, how we proceed next.
Vice President, City Clerk, we're going to take each individual. So we're going to do item 5, which is the ordinance to rescind the parking. We need a motion.
Motion to approve item 5.
Todd?
Todd Fitzer, Public Works.
There's been a considerable amount of discussion about this whole project, and one of the things that has popped out repeatedly is about this left turn off of Dodge Street. Has there been any requests to close off the entrances to the various churches that are on Dodge Street, or the university, for that matter?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Tell me a little bit about what measures that traffic engineer uses to deem a situation dangerous to where it needs some redesigning, new traffic control devices, those types of things.
Well, first, before something gets constructed, we look at the site distance that's available, and we have standards for a given speed limit. If you have an available site distance, you can put a driveway that allows people as they approach that driveway to have enough time to stop. It's called stopping sight distance, and that criteria has to be met before a driveway will be approved. Once a driveway's in, sometimes there's an unforeseen circumstance that creates an accident potential. We continually monitor every accident that happens in the city of Omaha. High accident locations are identified. If you have a high accident location, we will then go back and try to figure out why those accidents are happening and look at ways to prevent those accidents. Those are the major criteria that are used when it comes to driveway locations.
Okay. And majority or all of those were applicable in this particular case? That's how you look at these plans?
Yes, sir.
When they come forward? Okay.
Yes.
Are there, just refresh my memory, from, let's just say for the purpose of discussion, from 50th up to, say, 60th, 61st Street on Dodge, are there residential areas that have driveways that empty out into Dodge Street?
Yes.
Okay. So the potential for even those property owners to, if they were heading either east or west, turning left onto Dodge Street, off of Dodge Street into those driveways, to your knowledge, do we have a sizable amount of an accident rate just looking at just the residential side?
No.
Okay. Do we have a sizable amount of accidents? Let's expand the area a little bit from, say, 40th up to Happy Hollow. Do we have a sizable amount of accident rates in that area for left turning off of Dodge Street to either residential or commercial?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Todd. Mr. Clerk, I understand we have a motion and a second on item number 5.
Correct, sir.
No further lights. Roll call.
Stothard? Yes. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson? No. Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? No. Mulligan? No. Mr. President?
Yes.
It passes on a 4-3 vote. Item number 6 is the rezoning to CC Commercial District.
Motion approved, item 6.
Roll call.
Stothard? Yes. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson? No. Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? No. Mulligan? No. Mr. President?
Yes.
It passes on a 4-3 vote. Item number 7 is the preliminary plat.
Motion approved, item 7.
Second. Roll call.
Stothard? Yes. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson? No. Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? No. Mulligan?
No.
Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted on a 4-3 vote. Item number 8 is the replat.
Motion approved, replat.
Second. Roll call.
Stothard?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson? No. Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? No. Mulligan? No. Mr. President?
Yes.
It fails on a 4-3 vote. It takes 5 votes to pass. Item number 9, subdivision agreement.
Motion approved.
Second. No lights. Roll call.
Stothard?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
No.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
No.
Mulligan?
No.
Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted on a 4-3 vote. Mr. Kratz, the city attorney, can you please explain to everyone here, we have 5 items, 4 of them passed and 1 did not, what the impact is?
So Paul Kratz, city attorney. The bottom line is the project will still be able to go forward without the approval of the final plat. Final plat is simply a mechanism to clean up the legal description. This will be a little bit more messy without that, but nonetheless, the project can go forward.
Okay. Mr. Festerson, your light was on. Mr. Festerson, it's back on.
Yeah. Could you just explain it one more time? So, what occurs? This took 5 votes because why?
This particular item took 5 votes because of the state law that requires when you vacate a plat that you need 2/3 majority vote to do so. And again, a new plat, the vacation of an old plat and a new plat is an effort to clean up the legal descriptions. But again, a project can go forward without a new plat.
Next item.
Next item.
Pursuant to City Council Rule 70, agenda items 10 through 11 shall be laid over 2 weeks for publication and public hearing. Liquor, item number 12, Shamrock Pub and Grill, 5338 North 103rd Street, new application, old location.
Public hearing on item number 12 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Nathan Harrington, Infinity Unlimited, President, address 9016 Tomahawk Boulevard. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Roll call.
Stothard? Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson? Gray? Jerem? Mulligan? Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 7-0. Item number 13, Lone Star Steakhouse and Saloon at 3040 South 143rd Plaza request permission for a change of location to 17501 West Center Road.
Public hearing on item number 13 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Good afternoon. Sean Lamb, General Manager, Lone Star Steakhouse and Saloon on 143rd and Center.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Move the approval.
Second. Roll call.
Stothard? Yes. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Mulligan? Mr. President?
Yes.
It's approved 7-0. Item number 14 is a resolution. City attorney is hereby authorized and directed to appeal the order of the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission granting a package liquor license to Howell's BP at 7166 North 30th Street.
Public hearing on item number 14 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Sharon Olson, 2710 Martin Avenue. I was present, the members of the Miller Park Minnelusa Neighborhood Association were present at the Liquor Commission when Mr. Mumgard defended the council's decision to deny a liquor license to Howell's BP. He did an outstanding job in defense of your decision. We were all dumbfounded by the verdict of the Liquor Commission. So the members, members of the Miller Park Minnelusa Neighborhood Association are here to support Mr. Mumgard's request to sue the Liquor Commission. We are asking for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents?
Margie Magnuson on behalf of the Alcohol Impact Coalition, 4151 Davenport. We as well joined the Neighborhood Association and support the city in appealing this decision. As I've heard today on a couple people say, you got it right the first time. And I think our community, we need a voice in our community to stand up and voice what we want in our community. The neighborhood has spoken, the city spoke. And so I think it's important that the city would appeal this decision because I think a local community should have more say in what's going on, and I think you do need to defend your decision. It was a 6-1 vote on the city council, so I think I would really urge you to give Mr. Mumgard permission to go ahead and appeal this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents?
Diane Reeby with Project Extra Mile, 11606 Nicholas Street. We're here to support both the city in your efforts to move forward and also to the Neighborhood Association and the work that they've done. I would just like to ask Ms. Olson if she was dumbfounded by the astonishing job or the decision by the commission. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? I was going to say something, Mr. Mumgard, but public hearing's closed. Mr. Festerson?
Mr. President, Ms. Reeby stole my joke too, but I did want to add one comment. I don't think this will be a tough vote for us. I mean, it was 6-1 the first time. I think we made a compelling case why this particular site is a problem and is a problem for the neighborhood. Given the crime records there, the shootings there, and some of the concerns expressed by the neighbors then and now. And it is a concern when this does happen that our decisions are overturned, so I think it is right to appeal on that very notion. But in addition to that, I'd point out one thing that's interesting about this particular case that Mr. Mumgard has pointed out and will argue is that it's not okay just to make the argument that if you don't have a liquor license, it's an economic issue, therefore they should get the license. That, I understand, was the argument they made before the Liquor Commission, and were successful in that argument. But this particular case hopefully will be a case study in taking that repeal to the next level, that it is okay for a local body like us to consider other things than just an economic argument to a particular store. There's also things to consider that impact neighborhoods, density, all the things we've talked about here previously. So I wish Mr. Mumgard good luck in this appeal, because this could be an important test case for that particular notion, and one that I think we all care about when it comes to particular cases in our districts and in our neighborhoods. So I'd move approval.
Second. Thank you. Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very briefly, I was dumbfounded by the Liquor Commission, just to be clear. That's what and I know we're working on some things, and Diane, I know we're going to get together at some point in time. I've been a little distracted the last couple of weeks, but we're going to get together and look at perhaps maybe some zoning laws that might benefit us in terms of making sure that we don't have the density sharing that you and I continue to talk about and you and I continue to dislike over and over again. So I wish Mr. Mumgard luck as well, and hopefully we'll be successful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
I, too, want to say that I'm proud of the city's legal department in doing this. There are times when we keep reinventing the wheel here at the council level, and a couple of times we just need a judge to tell us flat out what is what, so we can have a gauge or a barometer. And so either we're going to hear what we think we should hear, or we'll have to end up back at the unicameral. So kudos to the legal department for taking a step like this, and even though it might cost a little money, it's a thing to do, so that we can have a little just a standard by which we can follow in the future.
We have a motion and a second.
Yes,
roll
sir.
call.
Stothard?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Mulligan?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 7-0. Consent agenda. Any member of the City Council may cause an item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the City Council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed, unless otherwise provided by City Council rules of order.
The public hearings on agenda items number 15 through 16 begin now. Are there any proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing's closed. No lights, roll call.
Stothard? Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Mulligan? Mr. President?
Yes.
They're adopted 7-0. Pursuant to City Council Rule 70, the public hearing on agenda items 17 through 18 shall be held on the third reading. Ordinance on second reading. Item 19, ordinance approving the execution of professional services agreement with AECOM Technical Services for updating the transportation element of the city's master plan.
Public hearing on item number 19 begins now. Are there any proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Thompson?
City planning, please.
Rick Cunningham, Planning Director.
Rick, is this are we updating the entire city? Are we looking at a large macro picture here, or is this just a predecessor so that we can put in the streetcars?
This is updating the transportation element of the comprehensive plan. It is a result of a grant awarded to Douglas County Health Department from the CDC, and going after that grant. Part of that package that was presented to them was to update our master plan as it relates to a complete multimodal approach to transportation within the city of Omaha.
Would the streetcar proposal be a portion of this?
A multimodal approach to transportation within the city would be on the table, which includes the full range of transportation from walking to biking to streetcars or light rail.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. No further lights. Next item.
Item number 20, ordinance approving the redevelopment and tax timber financing loan agreement with the 828 South 17th Street LLC for the development of food processing and manufacturing facility.
Public hearing on item number 20 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Bridget Hadley, Planning Department. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Next item.
Item 21, ordinance transferring a permanent easement of inland upon city-owned property known as Elmwood Park at 808 South 60th Street to the Metropolitan Utilities District.
Public hearing on item 21 begins now. Are there any proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Next item.
Item 22, ordinance to transfer unencumbered general fund appropriations of the 2011 budget of the City of Omaha from other budgetary accounts wage adjustment to the Police Department for purposes of providing funding for the professional services appropriation for the police contract.
Public hearing on item number 22 begins now. Are there any proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Next item.
Item 23, ordinance to accept the bid and approve the lease agreement with Simply the Best for the leasing of vehicles.
Public hearing on item number 23 begins now. Are there any proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Next item.
Item 24, ordinance to approve acceptance and authorize distribution of the 2009 State Homeland Security Grant Program Award to provide law enforcement and emergency response communities with enhanced capabilities.
Public hearing on item number 24 begins now. Are there any proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Next item.
Item 25, ordinance to approve the Metropolitan Medical Response System Grant Award to provide Tri-County Regional Emergency Response communities with enhanced capabilities.
Public hearing on item number 25 begins now. Are there any proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Next item.
Item 26, ordinance to approve the acceptance of the Juvenile Accountabilities Block Grant Phase 12 grant to provide funding for criminal justice information sharing, juvenile risk and needs assessment, and graduated sanctions program.
Public hearing on item number 26 begins now. Are there any proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Next item.
Item 27, ordinance to amend Chapter 10 by deleting Section 10-146, contracts for private fire, ambulance, and hazardous material services.
Mrs. Stothard, you have activated your light.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Before we start the public testimony, I just wanted to make a couple statements, and Councilman Thompson might also, but I want to, for the record, make it perfectly clear that this repeal of this ordinance has nothing to do with a proposal of either of the sponsors wanting to privatize any part of the Omaha Fire Department. It is not about privatization. And it's come to our attention that there's an ad campaign being launched talking about privatization that the union is doing, and it's misleading to the public. If anyone from the union would have taken 5 minutes to contact and make an appointment with either one of the sponsors, Councilman Thompson or myself, they would realize that the rationale behind this is not to privatize the Omaha Fire Department. This is Section 10-146, and it addresses contracts for private fire, ambulance, and hazardous materials. It does not just address EMS. And I feel like very strongly that all good public policy should be wise and it should be workable, and City Council should always and continually look at our policies and make sure that we have the type of policies in place that create an environment for fair and flexible and balanced negotiations. And I question why that this was ever put into ordinance in the first place. When the city charter was written in 1956, we created a public city-run fire department, and it stayed that way without this provision in ordinance until 1997. So it ran for 41 years as a city-run department, and it wasn't in ordinance. I question why it's necessary to be an ordinance. We have a city-run police department. It's not an ordinance to prevent privatization, and it allows our police chief, if he has any desire to look at not even privatizing but outsourcing or any contracts with any private contractor, as he's looking for efficiencies, he's allowed to do that. Public Works, another great example. They don't have it in code, prevents privatization. Yet last winter, when we had a snow, the Public Works Director was able to, on his own, hire some private contractors to go out and plow snow. The Omaha Fire Department is the only department in the city that has this in code, and it therefore is the only department in the city that does not allow the director to execute any contracts under $20,000. Every other department can do that without coming to the city council not only for a vote, but a supermajority vote. And that in itself is I have a problem with that being an ordinance, because it says in ordinance that these private contracts have to first be approved by a supermajority vote of the council, when we can repeal the whole ordinance with 4 votes. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. A 5-vote supermajority vote of the city council is usually reserved for some sort of situation where it's very controversial, say an override of the mayor's veto, a planning board decision, but not to say you can't go into any kind of private contracts. In this, I question again why it was ever put into ordinance, and I believe it was just to provide a blanket of security and make it more difficult to go into any kind of private contracts at all. In these real difficult economic times, I think that each department director should have the flexibility and the ability, if they are looking for efficiencies and looking for ways to make the department run more efficiently, that we should not just have one department that has to come to city council for approval, and not just approval but a supermajority vote. And as I said before, none of the other city departments do. So this would allow the fire chief, it would allow the mayor more open, flexible negotiations, fair and balanced, and it would also allow the fire chief to execute contracts under $20,000 if he would like to. And if he feels like it is beneficial for his department, without coming to the city council and getting the politics involved with a supermajority vote. Because we all know 4 votes are hard to get sometime, but to get a supermajority vote, it adds a lot more into the situation. So once again, I just wanted to make a few statements before we started, but I am not, and neither is Councilman Thompson, I'm speaking for you, I apologize, but we are not advocating any proposal to privatize. We just feel like it's good public policy to treat all city departments the same and fairly, and basically no reason to have it in ordinance at all. So with that, I will close, and I will probably make some more comments in a bit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Item number 27 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Good afternoon. Vic Stanish, 11815 Oak Air Plaza in Omaha. And I'm here to speak in support of the resolution to remove the restrictive language from the city municipal code. It just doesn't make sense to restrict our fire department from making decisions it feels are necessary to improve effectiveness or safety or financial value by requiring them to bring contracts for fire, ambulance, or hazardous material before the city council. The fire department should have the same ability as all other city departments when it comes to managing their resources. It just makes no sense to single them out with such a restriction as this. Our mayor has stated his strategic direction is to improve government effectiveness and efficiency. We as citizens and you as our city's leadership, along with the mayor, have directed our fire department and all departments within the city to effect the most value from the resources we as citizens provide. It is your responsibility to help our fire department and all departments within our city, and I ask that you approve the removal of the restrictive language currently contained in the city municipal code. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Thank you. Good afternoon. J.B. Duncan, 6219 Poppleton Ave, here in scenic Omaha. I support this repeal of the city code idiosyncrasy. Currently, the fire department provision is unique and makes what should be department management decisions into a politically micromanaged process. The repeal would allow for best practices management, a continuity of department management policy, and in addition, repeal would eliminate the current situation where management has the responsibility but not the authority. I ask you to repeal this provision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Steve Westerfield, 3506 Keystone Drive. I'm here today to ask you to vote in favor of this amendment. As Ms. Stothert said, as the code is currently written, only the management of the fire department has their hands tied when it comes to making decisions to improve efficiency and productivity. The Omaha Police don't have this. Public Works is not restricted by the requirement. So why would we want to treat the Omaha Fire Department differently? If we have the right people in place and we have given them the responsibility for their department, then we must give them the authority as well. As currently written, this law withholds that authority. It only seems fair that all city department heads would be given equal authority. We're withholding this authority from the fire department management alone. I again urge you to support the removal of 10-146 from the current code. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
My name is John Trout. I live at 12712 Capitol Plaza here in Omaha. As I reviewed the agenda of today's meeting, I saw this item and I kind of felt pretty strongly about coming down here and saying something about it. As long as I can remember, members of the mayor himself, members of the city council, various members, you guys, previous members, previous mayors, have always complained about restrictions within state and city laws, codes, charters, etc., those kinds of things. Well, Section 10-146 of the Omaha Municipal Code is a perfect example of one of those pesky restrictions, which in this case ties the hands of the mayor and the fire department management. Section 10-146 requires the mayor to get approval from a supermajority of the city council whenever he wants to write a contract to improve safety or cut costs or make other improvements to fire department services. If the fire department is going to be the best it can be, the mayor, in conjunction with the fire department manager, should have the authority to implement improvements through contracts without the burden of having to get approval from a supermajority of the city council. I urge you to approve this proposed ordinance and remove this undue restriction that Section 10-146 puts on the mayor and the fire department management. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Any opponents?
Steve LeClaire, 6005 Grover Street, President, Omaha Professional Firefighters Association. Mr. President, council members, thank you for the opportunity to come down and speak to you today. I am here to speak in opposition to this proposal. I hear words like restrictive and freer room to move in negotiations, and I don't look at this ordinance as it stands as a restriction. Councilmember Stothert, you brought up the ad that was placed, and I appreciate you being very clear that this is not about privatization of any of the services. We've seen around the country during these economic times, we've seen private companies coming into areas, and this is the MO that's been done to this point around the country. They come in, they put out a feeler vote, they work up towards a feasibility study, and next thing you know, you got a full-blown proposal. So while we did react quite proactively, I apologize if you took it to be misleading, because that was not the intent at all. We're just trying to be very proactive here, recognizing the seriousness of this issue. But since it's not about privatization, I don't have to talk about the 200 top 200 largest cities across the country, only 4% of them don't have a fire-based EMS. I don't have to talk about privatization nightmares from around the country. And I certainly don't have to reemphasize the outstanding guarantee that the citizens of Omaha have in place with their fine fire-based EMS service as it is today. We will be at anybody's door in 5 minutes. What I can talk about, though, is how this came about. And I think that that this came about. This was a commitment, not a commitment made to the firefighters, to fire management, to the union. You didn't make a commitment to us when this supermajority was put in place. This was a commitment to the citizens of Omaha. This city said from 1997 on, excuse me, this city said from 1997 on, we're committed to making sure that every citizen in the city of Omaha has the best fire-based EMS service provided. And to up the ante, we want to make sure that a simple majority can't just simply come in and go with a private contractor. Again, when I hear words like this is too restrictive and negotiations and words like that, it's not about that. This is a fine opportunity for this city and for this council to renew that commitment that was made to the citizens that have come to expect some of the top-notch service around the country that is provided right here in the city of Omaha. And on top of that, in these difficult economic times, it's a service that brings revenue into the city. And finally, as a representative of a business that is going to be affected by the new property tax, affected by the new entertainment tax, and as a private citizen who is going to be affected by the property tax and the entertainment tax. And I do that. I think it's. I'm not opposed to it, but I do think that I'll do my part. I'm not going to stop going out to eat, but don't reduce my service. Please don't reduce my service. I'm willing to pay for it. And I think a lot of people in the city, I think the 32 people that walked out of the hospital neurologically intact in 2009, I think they'd be willing to pay for it. So don't raise my taxes and decrease my service. And I really think that if you ever get down that road of heading towards or looking into privatization, that that's something that really ought to be looked at really strongly. So with that, I know there are a lot of other opponents. I'll yield my time. I'll be available for any questions. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Good afternoon,
Next opponent.
President Granat, council members. I am opposed to privatization of...
Name and address.
Reverend Dotson, 610 South 32nd Avenue. I'm opposed to this privatization because we're almost at 22 months where not one person has died by fire in Omaha. Something good is happening. We just lost someone in Council Bluff yesterday to fire, a 7-year-old. And we should be affirming the fire department that this is a remarkable achievement. And that 2 months from now, I hope we can have a celebration to mark 2 years without someone dying by fire. Something good is happening and we should not compromise it.
Thank you. Next opponent.
Members of the council, my name is Jim Love, retired assistant fire chief with the Omaha Fire Department. And I came down here today because I'm opposed to the change to this ordinance because I feel that it's currently written to prevent an opportunity for a simple majority of the city council members to change the fire rescue service that we currently enjoy in the interest of saving money and using public safety as political football or a budget deficit safety net. If the day ever comes where the citizens of this city have spoken and they're overwhelmingly in favor of privatization of the fire rescue services, this city council will have its supermajority, as stated in the current ordinance. Public safety should never be turned over to private entities which are not accountable to the public. Public-controlled public safety provides service that I feel is second to none. Is it cheaper? Not necessarily, but it is accountable. And the public safety of the citizens of this city should never be up for bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Next opponent?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Councilmen, Councilwomen. My name is Mark Woolbright. I'm Vice President for the International Association of Firefighters. We're based out of Washington, D.C. For all purposes intent, you can list my number at 6005 Grover. I also represent your Omaha professional firefighters. Councilwoman Stothert, I really appreciate your remarks. That's a relief. But I must go on record. From the outside, from my perspective, and I have an interesting viewpoint because we've seen it, and we've been in front of some cities over the years. And this is where it starts, ladies and gentlemen. The idea of privatization starts budget crisis, budget crunches, deficits, and we're seeing it all over the country. I mean, you all are no different than anybody else, but public safety is different. Public safety is a critical, essential service that you all provide and must be done at its utmost and most professional and not from a not-for-profit. I just have a few things I want to read because we have a few departments that have gone through this just recently, and one just not too far from here. And I don't want to get the information wrong. I don't want to misquote them. But what I do have is some information from talking to some experts, not only in the field, and I know you all have received some information from some experts, because there's not an expert we can find in public safety and fire and EMS that do not believe that this is the best delivery of service and the best quality of service amongst the best of the best. Currently, the fire service, as Steve alluded to, provides the majority of medical service during emergencies that occur out of the hospital, just as it's done for the last 4 decades. And yes, of the 200 largest cities, and you all could be, although somewhat relevant, maybe not in that, in the United States, 97% of fire-based pre-hospital 911 emergency medical response. And the first service providers of advanced life support and care, 90% of those 30 most populated United States cities and counties do provide advanced life support. Today, I'd like to go on record opposing Section 110-146 on behalf of the International Firefighters, which we represent almost 300,000 firefighters in North America, EMTs, paramedics, and 911 dispatchers. Actually, about 85% of the first responders in that particular expertise, as well as also your Omaha firefighters. We don't need to go too far again to see the examples and cite the differences or the reasons why we believe it's a bad idea to repeal the said section. In the city of Lincoln, in the year of 2001, the city converted from a private and for-profit EMS contract to starting and implementing its own city fire-based EMS department. The reasons and problems prior to implementation were response times were too long. It was not uncommon for a citizen or a resident to wait 20 minutes for an ambulance. 20 minutes. The city had little control over the private EMS provider. The current provider at that time experienced high turnover. They were not familiar or would not adhere to any type of emergency incident command system, another huge problem within the private organization and the outsourcing. They had no protective clothing for relative type of emergency scenarios. The city had very little say on how the private personnel was performing, which created PR and customer service nightmares. Equipment was not compatible with the fire department. Many times, city personnel were needing to subsidize for the private employers. So ultimately, they were paying their cost and then some. In Kansas City, Missouri, just this year, just recently brought in the private ambulance service under city government for reasons. This was done for a number of reasons. Ongoing perceived inefficiencies with the outsourced group. Issues included delivery, quality, and timely of service gauged by the city's minimum standards of care that was determined by their standards and their barometers. The private provider did not factor in stats in regards to response times. The company did not count poor response times due to traffic and weather and due to high volume of calls. So those were not, as you will find out, or you probably have heard, that the pitch that we can make it, we can do it cheaper, we can do it faster. That's not necessarily the truth. Bless you. Duplication of administration, training, maintenance, or in a lot of situations, very little maintenance of equipment and apparatus. The city is now on record. The city of Kansas City is now on record for measurable improvements to their overall public safety mission, with the millions already being saved. A full report, I am being informed, will be out by mid-2011. City of St. Louis. I sat in on the RFPs. All the major private organizations were there. They gave their pitch. We have not had a meeting or discussion since. Basically, the outside providers, the outsourcing companies, could not match the response times at a minimum, and wanted to use the fire apparatus to equate their times and to gauge and stat and put those on the graphs. And therefore, we have not met again. In conclusion, the City of Omaha has one of the most recognized and respected fire departments, bar none. In the industry and in the country, I am hopeful that you all recognize and appreciate what you currently have with your first responders. Our organization, the IAFF, is cognizant of the budget issues here as well as other public sectors of government across the country. Unfortunately, some for-profit organizations see this as an opportunity. But it's not always what they think it is, cracked up to be at the conclusion of a train wreck when they come into our municipalities and our cities to serve our communities. A broken system and broken promises. We have witnessed abrupt closures and rapid exits out of some cities due to minimal profit margins and at the decisions of the stakeholders. I'm certain you'll have already received some letters, as stated earlier, and data from the experts in the field, and we can get more and more. We would urge you to read these letters and also to do your homework on this critically important public safety issue. You do not have to take my word for it. Please contact the cities that I have spoke of today and other outside this region, which are many, and we would be more than happy to again, supply you with that information. Thank you for your time. It's greatly appreciated in all respect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, council members. My name is Paul Konek. I reside at 3022 Paddock Road, apartment number 111D. Mr. President, could we have the clerk read the ordinance that's in place right now that's up for repeal?
Mr. Clerk?
Not just the repeal, but the ordinance that...
What's the length of the ordinance, Mr.?
It's one short paragraph.
Okay.
It's Section 10-146, contracts for private fire, ambulance, or hazardous materials services. The city shall not enter into any contract for fire prevention or suppression services, ambulance or rescue services, or hazardous material emergency response with any private, non-governmental person, firm, or corporation, regardless of whether such service is to be performed within or without the city limits, unless the contract is first approved by a vote of 5 or more members of the city council. Period.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, thank you for allowing him to read that. I just wanted everybody to hear that because basically the public really hasn't seen that ordinance. I was on this city council from 1993 to 2001. I served a term as council president. We'll make that half a term. And I was the council member that introduced this ordinance. So I guess I would be the person to ask on why this is in place, why it's necessary. I see this as a pretty straightforward and innocuous ordinance. Basically what it provides is a level of protection for taxpayers' investment in the ambulance services, fire suppression, and hazardous material removal. It's very, very straightforward. And all it's asking for is one more affirmative vote from this council, as opposed to the normal 4 votes. except as what was mentioned, in some cases of overriding planning board and some zoning board of appeals cases. It's a little out of the ordinary because rescue squad service, fire suppression, and hazardous material removal are very different and very unique services that this city provides to its taxpayers. The way the ordinance is written, it does not prevent the fire chief from signing contracts for the lower amount, which is $20,000 or so. This is for major, this requires a vote of 5 council members for monumental, serious decisions to privatize rescue squad service, to privatize fire suppression. And for those of you who may not know, not council members, but those in the public, fire suppression means somebody coming to put out the fire at your house. You got a truck, an engine, coming to put out the fire. Some cities do privatize this. Also want to point out that this, again, I'm just going to say it straightforward and innocuous. The other thing that was brought up is that Public Works and other departments don't have anything like this. Well, the one regret I have with this, that when we brought it forward, we did not put it in the city charter. But I did learn from this ordinance when it passed that we put another amendment to the charter. And that's for the sale, private contract for service, or the contracting out of the wastewater disposal plants, wastewater treatment plants. That was a charter amendment that was put on the ballot and approved by the people. And it provides that you would need a 51% approval of the voters to contract out for those services. So it's in there. We already have that in the charter. My regret is that I did not put this in the charter and bring it up to a vote of the people. The other issue is that I'm going to take my council jacket off because it's hot up here. I'm a private citizen now. I'm not a former council member or city council president. I don't believe for 1 second that council members Stothert and Thompson do not want to privatize rescue squad service or fire suppression or hazardous material service. I don't know which one exactly, but I know there's been talk out there, especially since the last mayoral election and city council elections, of privatizing rescue squad service. It's been brought up in the last few years, maybe last 4 or 5 years. There was a former council member who attempted, had a big study done on it. And for council member Stothert to make the comment at the beginning of this public hearing that this is not about privatizing rescue squad service. Well, methinks the lady doth protest too much. And the more that it's brought up, the more we'll see that there is a movement afoot to privatize rescue squad service in this city. I don't have all that material with me right now. I don't have all the proof right now. But there's been a lot of discussion about it. So this ordinance in place is going to protect the taxpayer's investment in rescue squad service, fire suppression, hazardous material removal. Simple, straightforward, and all it requires is one more vote. If it's going to be a savings to the people to privatize, for example, rescue squad service, then get that 5th vote. It won't be difficult. You'll have all the public meetings, you'll have all the information, and you'll get that 5th vote. And then the people will find in a couple of years, yes, we saved some money, then it's going to cost us more after that. Lady and gentlemen, thank you for your time. I appreciate this opportunity, and it's always an honor and privilege to come up here and speak. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents?
Tom Bartek, 869 South 93rd Street. I'm here on behalf of every citizen in this city whose life was saved by a Omaha firefighter. November 30th, 2008, my life was literally saved by Omaha professional firefighters. And I'm just here to ask that you do not support privatization. It's not good for public safety. It's not good for any of us, any of our families, any of our children. And it's a safety issue. And that shouldn't be compromised. Councilmember, you did say that it's a blanket of security. And that's exactly what it is. That's what it's intended to do. It's supposed to secure all of us. After my accident, I was treated by Dr. Joe Stothert. He was obviously an excellent doctor, widely regarded as an expert in his field. He went down to Lincoln to testify on behalf of the Lincoln firefighters to not privatize that city, to move forward with fire-based EMS. And I wish you were here today to offer that same testimony, and hopefully we can get some of that information from him, because he obviously is an expert. And hopefully we can ascertain some of that information, get it from him, and come to the point where we can put this away. We can put this behind us. Because as we said before, public safety should never be compromised. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Most of my comments will be saved for next week. However, I did want to say a few things. Back in 2007, we contracted for what we call the Matrix Report, and myself and former Councilman Welch were the co-sponsors of that. And part of that report, the results say that trying to privatize EMS and rescue services should be very, very far down on the list. That's something that you should not do. And everybody knows that I'm a strong proponent of the findings of the Matrix Report. So it'd be hypocritical of me to tout the Matrix Report on one hand and then selectively pull certain things out and then say I'm not going to support the Matrix Report on another hand. Having said that, I want to echo the sentiments that were said by my colleague, Ms. Stothert, that we understand the horrors that can come from privatizing. And I want to say that I was really impressed by the gentleman from Washington, D.C. I believe his name was Mr. Woolbright, I think it is. And it's good to know that what the record is. What is the record nationwide of those that are privatized? And so that information is good, and I'd be willing to read any other information regarding that. The thing that I want to say today, though, that is we're mixing apples and oranges. The decodification of this particular piece here is only spuriously connected to the effort to privatize. Now, former Councilman Koenig is right. There has been a movement for a while to privatize all kinds of things. I at least get 3 emails a month about privatizing everything. One person even said we ought to privatize the mayor, privatize the mayor's office and contract that out.
And us.
But so there's quite a bit of move out there, but as I've heard those emails, they tend to be not as well thought through, and this council is full of people who are balanced thinkers. Even when we don't vote like you want to, I'd have to say that out of the 3 councils that I've been on, this one has the most balanced thinkers where people actually weigh the pros and the cons. And so I like to say that there's no movement to privatize. However, there is a movement for good government, and having this in code, what it does, it opens up for a lot of politics to be played. And so what I'd like to do is to take the politics out of all of this, and at the same time, in the same swoop, send a message to all the departments that every department is on the same footing. There's no department that has any special rules or advantage over another. And I believe that that is the best way to run this city. And I've been around enough to know how the politics gets played and how things get spun in the media to make it seem like the politics and the games aren't there. And so I believe, just like any other service, just like the police, the reason why we're not privatizing police is because they go out, do a service, and the service is so persuasive that the citizens say, we like what we have, we're not going to fix what's not broken. So the impetus for not privatizing should come from a performance-based paradigm. Go out, do the job, do it well, and work with the city and work with the citizens, and you won't have to worry about privatizing for the next 100 years. There should be no need for an extra crutch that tells me there that something's wrong. So I'd like to put the onus for the fire department where it belongs, and that should be go out, do your job, do it well, and if you do that, you'll have no problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Stothert?
Thank you. Just want to make a couple comments to some of the speakers, and I appreciate all you coming. And Mr. LeClaire, you know, I appreciate what you said and appreciate that you recognized, at least that's what you said, that you realize that this is not about privatization. And I would address the Reverend who spoke, retired Assistant Chief Jim Love, too. You made statements about privatization, and again, we want to stress, this is not what we're promoting. Mr. Koenig, your statement is false and inaccurate. Franklin Thompson and I are not promoting privatization. And you know, for you to accuse us of that, you know, it's offensive. To the gentleman who spoke a moment ago and mentioned Dr. Stothert, of course, that's my husband. I was very aware when he was working in Lincoln to move them from a private to a city-run EMS. And believe it or not, we both support the Omaha Fire Department very much. In fact, every paramedic in town operates under my husband's medical license. We have great respect for what they do. And as Councilman Thompson brought up, the matrix study that was done, and we all put some faith in it, at least some of us do, it was accepted by the City Council. The second option that they gave was privatization of EMS, and they recommended against it. That was not something that they recommended for. So again, this is not about privatization. I don't have any plan, especially not EMS, to privatize. That is not what's on our mind at all. What we want to do is what we think is good policy, good government, allows for open, flexible, balanced negotiations. And now you also have to realize that any contract over $20,000 has to be approved by City Council anyway. And it can be approved by only 4 votes. So if there is a contract over 20, it comes to City Council anyway by a simple majority vote. I wanted to ask Mr. Kratz something, if you're still there.
Still here.
And I just wanted to ask you, because Mr. Koenig asked for the Section 10-146 to be reread, and he said that this addresses monumental, serious decisions. Now, when I read it, it says the city shall not enter into any contract, and then it ends unless the contract is first approved by a vote of 5 or more members of the City Council. Does it say, or do you think anywhere that means a monumental, serious decision, or does this address any contract?
Paul Kratz, City Attorney. It doesn't necessarily reflect any monumental type of decision. It does refer to suppression services, ambulance rescue services, but also talks about any contract dealing with those type of services.
Mm-hmm.
So it is open to interpretation from that standpoint.
So if perhaps the fire chief, maybe he wanted to look into outsourcing a small portion of one of hazmat. I'm going to give you an example. With this still in code, Would he be able to do that as his prerogative if the contract was under 20?
I think the way I read this, he would still have to get city council approval.
And a supermajority?
Yes.
And a supermajority. And, again, as Councilman Thompson brought up, our Omaha Police Department, it's not privatized. It's a city-run department. It's always been, just like the fire department was from 1956 on. And the reason it's not privatized isn't because they have something in city code that prevents it. It's not privatized because they decided that a city-run police department is what the city needed. And so, we would expect good service. We would expect excellent service from our fire department and our police department, whether it's in code or not. And so, again, the whole reason is this doesn't make sense when you can repeal the entire ordinance with 4 votes, but the ordinance says any contract has to be approved with 5, making it the only department in the entire city that has to do this. We would like to allow it to have the chief, the director of this department, to have more flexibility as he's looking for efficiencies and to be able to manage his department without coming to the city council and getting the politics involved. So to say that this is about privatization is not true. It's just addressing what is good public policy, what is fair public policy, if it's even necessary to be there. And so that was our rationale behind it. And again, I certainly wish that someone from the fire department, I know Mr. Towie has made appointments with every one of the city council members but the 2 that supported it. And I think it would have been very helpful if he would have come to us and asked our rationale before you went on a big ad campaign. But it is what it is. But I want you all to know that this is what our impetus was for doing this, and it's just addressing what's good public policy and what's fair for all city departments. Privatization is not what this is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Since there are no further lights, I'll chime in here for just a bit. First of all, my thanks to the Fire Local 385 for responding to some concerns that I had and provided some printed material, which I'm in the process of reading because it's rather thick, and we'll get that done prior to the time that we vote. If I had the choice or the opportunity, if I was in need of medical service, say with a gaping chest wound, I would certainly want a 280-hour trained paramedic working on me as opposed to maybe an 18-hour paper-certified individual working on me. That concerns me a lot. I do agree with some of my colleagues in regards to, I think there's a comparison here of apples and oranges, and we need to get into one crate or the other and get the scale balance. So with that, public hearing is closed. And next item.
Item 28, ordinance to amend sections of Chapter 13 and 10 of the Municipal Code to add prohibitions for discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender expression, and gender identity within the City of Omaha.
The public hearing on item number 28 begins now. Are there any proponents?
My name is Reverend Kate Rohde. I'm at 1023 North 64th Street here in Omaha, and I want to thank the council for putting this up on your agenda. I'd like to speak in support of the anti-discrimination clause, adding gays, lesbians, transgender, and bisexual folks to the anti-discrimination parts of your code. As a Unitarian Universalist, we have long been in support of equity for all people, and we both nationally and locally. I think our church supports this. I'm particularly concerned for folks in my congregation who are gay, lesbian, transgender, and the discrimination they still face in many walks of life. I was pleased last year to be able to do my first legal gay wedding over in Iowa, and but I think anything we can do locally to make the burdens that gay and lesbian, transgender families have in terms of earning a living, supporting their family. I have a lady in my congregation who is supporting her very sick partner, and she's a grandma of many, I think, six grandchildren, several children, and a lot of the family falls on her, and having the opportunity to be treated equitably and justly in the laws and rules of Omaha, and to the extent possible, I think would make a big difference in her life and the lives of all our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, I would just ask, since we do have a long line here, as you come up to speak, please keep in mind that we do have quite a few that would like to be a proponent.
Good evening, Council President.
Thank you.
Council members, Reverend Howard Dodson, 610 South 32nd Avenue. Civil rights are civil rights, and they apply to every human being. We consider our Constitution and our Bill of Rights sacred documents, and so I urge you to expand this to include our GLBT brothers and sisters. I am a heterosexual male, but I'm an ally, and I've had gay men in my life since I was 4 years old, when my mom put me in ballet. And we need relationships in order for people to understand and for there to be tolerance. And for the civil rights not to have that in our ordinances, we're contributing. As a pastor, I'm aware of how much intolerance my colleagues in ministry still foster, and how many people have been wounded by the church, and how the Bible has been used, and how people in society have used that to wound people. I asked my congregation, have you ever thought about how many GLBT people have taken their life as youth because they didn't feel like there was a place for them in society? That's a sobering reality. Remember Matthew Shepard, watch Brokeback Mountain, watch Boys Don't Cry, and watch Milk. It's a civil rights issue, and I appreciate, Councilman Gray, that you recognize the continuity of Dr. King and Harvey Milk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
President Granat and council members, and I appreciate your comment to keep it short. I'll just cut out the last 10 pages of my testimony. My name is Dr. Eric Elness. I'm the senior pastor of Countryside.
Bless you.
I'm a senior pastor of Countryside Community Church, 8787 Pacific Street, and resident at 1424 South 13th Street. In 2008, the Gallup organization reported that 9 in every 10 Americans feel that discrimination against gays and lesbians in the workplace is unfair. This statistic is revealing in that it not only indicates a supermajority of Americans would be supportive of your vote to end discrimination, but it means also that approximately 4 in every 10 Americans who would have felt perfectly fine discriminating against LGBT persons with respect to marriage felt that discrimination in the workplace had clearly gone too far. That was 2008. Since then, public opinion has continued to change in favor of LGBT equality on a wide variety of fronts. Just this morning, NPR reported that for the first time, over 50% of Americans feel that the U.S. Constitution assures LGBT persons the right to marry. And as we sit here, the U.S. Senate is openly debating, or trying to, the repeal of the military's Don't Ask, Don't Tell discrimination policy, a policy that currently stands only on the shaky ground of military preparedness and morale in battle. If this question weren't being debated, it is clear that to any serious observer that even an organization as cautious as the military would have done away with this form of discrimination long ago. I trust, however, that you have already seen the handwriting on the wall and will do the right thing when the proposed ordinance comes up for a vote. So where I'd like to simply direct my remaining comment is to the 1 or 2 pieces of hate mail you may receive once you vote to end discrimination. If you receive hate mail, chances are unusually high that the author will oppose your decision on religious grounds, specifically Christian religious grounds. Likely they will claim that you do not represent the Christian point of view. Yet I hope you will understand that your potential letter writer will no more represent the Christian point of view than those who threatened to burn Korans in Florida represent the Christian point of view. Just as most Americans aren't aware that 8 in every 10 Christians believe that people of other faiths can find God, likewise, most Americans do not realize that roughly the same number of people that feel that discrimination in the workplace against LGBT people is patently unfair. A number of major Christian denominations, in fact, actively support the hiring of LGBT people as clergy, including the Episcopalian Church and the Lutherans. My own denomination, the United Church of Christ, has been ordaining openly gay clergy since 1973. Here in Omaha, my 1,600-member congregation just completed a search for a new associate pastor in which sexual orientation was not part of the equation at all. One of my fellow UCC colleagues, who has just been called to Omaha to serve as senior pastor of First Central United Church of Christ, the Reverend Scott Jones, who is here today with his husband Michael. So are a number of clergy, as you can see, who are supporting the end of discrimination. So when or if you receive hate mail claiming that you do not represent Christians or their God when you seek to end discrimination against LGBT persons, you may wish to invoke the separation of church and state with respect to their claims about God, and you may wish to suggest that they turn to any mainstream news source or polling agency to get today's news about Christians, not news that is decades old. You may also want to direct these persons to statements made by leaders of even the most conservative Christian denominations who express concern about sexual behavior of LGBT persons, not their ability to function properly and ethically in the work environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Michael Gordon, 1730 South 11th Street, number 30. I am a leading director of Citizens for Equal Protection. We're a gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender advocacy group in the state of Nebraska. I have lobbied to try and pass this legislation on the state level for the last 10 years with no avail. We have been around for 20 years. We have an office on the Old Market we've had for 10 years there. I want to be brief and just say a story that happened to me a few years ago, and I was at a meeting of the Old Market Business Association. I used to be on the board. We were having a drink afterwards, me and the owner of Sirens. It's above Skiddy Works in the Old Market. We happened to fall in a conversation with two businessmen who are here from San Diego, looking to place to relocate their business, a more economical place for their employees' families to live. And they just happened to ask what I did for a living, and I said, well, one of the things I do is advocate for gay rights in Nebraska. And they asked, well, that's something we'd like to know about. And I explained to them that we have no rights in Nebraska, that is a place where you can be fired for being gay, and that includes the city of Omaha. And they said, ask a bunch of different questions. And I said, really and truthfully, this is not a state that's friendly to gay people. And they said, thank you very much. That really changes our opinion of Omaha and maybe moving here. Now, that was 25 highly paid employees we were bringing here. Half of them were gay and lesbian people with families. And so just wanted to share that with you. I also just want to say that right now I think it's a good idea to bring this city into a place where we want it to be, an internationally known city. People come to this city and they're so impressed with it, but when they come here, I always ask them, what did you think about us before you came here the first time? And I get some pretty negative answers. So maybe making a pronouncement like this to the whole world would be a really good thing to do. Anyway, I'd be happy to answer any questions and work with you anytime to help pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
The Reverend Scott Jones, 565 South 36th Street, Senior Minister of the First Central Congregational United Church of Christ at 36th and Harney, the oldest continuously worshiping Protestant church in the state of Nebraska and the city of Omaha. My husband Michael and I relocated here this summer from the state of Oklahoma, and I have to say I am very proud today for the first time to address a government body on this issue and be in favor of the proposal that is before the body. I'm usually having to speak against something frightening and hate-filled. And so thank you, Councilman Gray, for taking this step. Thank you for the City Council for discussing this, for having this opportunity. Hopefully all of you received the letter from our congregation. We've been an open and affirming congregation for a number of years. In that letter, we stated that freedom from discrimination is the right of all people, and we should strive to see that everyone in our community is treated with fairness and equality. I would echo my colleague, Reverend Ellis' statement. Please do not be persuaded that there is one Christian viewpoint on this issue. Please make this a decision of what is the best policy for employment and for rights and for equality for all the citizens so that we can have a better life. I would treasure greatly to live in a city in which I have equality in the workplace, as I do within my church. So thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Reverend Melissa Smithy from 819 South 22nd Street, Metropolitan Community Church of Omaha, pastor of Congregational Life, recently of Los Angeles, California. I have received a very warm welcome to Omaha, so thank you for your friendliness and everything that you do here. I just wanted to take a moment as well to support this amendment. And I also forgot to mention that I'm an employee of Starbucks part-time, which is a company that indeed looks out for its employees. And as a city that's up and coming on the cutting edge in the Midwest, I would highly recommend that your city policies reflect similar policies, anti-discrimination policies that major companies are looking for. And as a clergy, it's part of our responsibility as a church to look out for the wholeness and the well-being of an entire person. And that is accomplished by acknowledging who we are fully as people and having opportunities to provide for ourselves and our families, to be accepted for who we are and to be able to come and go in society just as everyone else would. So I think in some ways it's our responsibility to make space for and create boundaries against things that would prohibit that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Hello, Jeff Shamp, 2705 North 66th Street. I'd like to talk to you briefly today about being a citizen, being an HR professional, and a father. Last year I went back to school to get my HR degree. One of the first courses I took was basically what talked about what to be a good citizen. So that motivated me to become more involved in the city, more involved in what was going on. Became part of a group, and part of this group, the Go GLBT team, was talking about this ordinance and how Omaha does not have this protection. I accepted a position on their leadership team, started to research this, and then decided what's the best way to go about it in a positive manner to change it. Being a citizen, reached out. Michael and I met with the mayor in June to discuss the possibility of doing this. We had a very warm reception. Followed that up by meeting with Ben, and Ben is a big supporter of this, and it's just something that really needs to happen. Again, as a citizen, I'm the new executive director for CFEP. We are totally behind this. As an HR professional, I work for one of Omaha's bigger employers. We have 25,000 people in the United States, internationally over 30,000. It's our policy that we already have this on our books. Most large corporations do. That's the business way of doing things, is to be equal and accepting and to have these policies out there. As I was promoting this among all my professionals that I know, the main thing that always came up was everybody said, well, what do you mean it's not already on there? That was the biggest response I got. People were shocked that it wasn't on there. So the time has come, again, to be business friendly for the city, for its citizens. I've lived here my entire life. It's just the right thing to do, and we're finally at that point. And as a father who just had a son who graduated from high school and is entering into the workforce, again, I'm looking at something that will protect him, his friends, and also show him a positive way of, when you do want to change something, the positive way to go about changing it, and then the process you go through. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, almost evening, council members. My name is Michael Sis-Jones, 565 South 36th Street, and I'm here to support the proposed amendment to include sexual orientation and gender identity in the Omaha non-description policy. My husband and I know firsthand the negative effect discrimination against gay, lesbian, transgender, bisexual persons can have on business. While living in Oklahoma City, a city much like Omaha, AAA, the largest motor club in North America, decided to relocate its headquarters from Orange County, California, to our Midwestern state, a place of friendly neighbors and affordable housing, a nice place to raise a family, like I said, very much like Omaha. The relocation meant hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars for the city. Then something unexpected happened. A state representative declared homosexuality to be a bigger threat than terrorism. Her statement, needless to say, garnered some national attention, and you guessed it, all the way to Orange County, California. The reaction was swift. AAA employees refused to relocate to the state because, yes, the housing may be affordable, but were the neighbors really friendly, and was it really a nice place to raise your family? The reaction from the business community was just as swift. Newspapers, council persons, realtors, civic leaders, etc. spoke out against her statement. The Chamber of Commerce contacted members of the gay and lesbian community to meet with a delegation of AAA employees. My husband and I, along with a diverse group of citizens, shared a meal with the AAA employees and assured them that our city was a welcoming place where the neighbors are friendly, and it really is a nice place to raise your family. We were good ambassadors for our city. AAA employees trusted us and decided to relocate. These policies matter. Including sexual orientation and gender identity in the Omaha non-discrimination policy sends a powerful message to corporations. Corporations that recognize the value of recruiting and retaining the best and the brightest, some of whom happen to be gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender. Please support the proposed amendment to include sexual orientation and gender identity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Hi, Robert Patterson, 4821 North 126th Avenue. I'm the Assistant Director at Kids Can Community Center in South Omaha. As Mr. Gannett can probably attest, I'm pretty heavily involved in a lot of different nonprofit organizations and initiatives. And the one thing that they have in common is building a better community, an inclusive community, and to just build a bigger city. A few years ago, Richard Florida visited Omaha to the Young Professional Summit, and he made quite an impact on a lot of people. He talked a lot about the flight of the creative class and the talent shifts that go on in our country. And I'm going to quote Richard. He said, "Talented people tend to be drawn to places characterized by inclusiveness, open-mindedness, and cultural creativity, attributes whose presence is often signaled by and correlates to a cosmopolitan and diverse local population. The point isn't that these jobs follow gay men and women. It's that gay men and women and these jobs both gravitate to the same kind of places." And to me, it's an economic and development business decision that we're really talking about here. This amendment can be the missing piece to the puzzle piece to Omaha's future and successfulness. A few weeks ago, I was sharing this news with about the possibility of this amendment with somebody who had just moved to Omaha, and we have quite a few newcomers, as you can see. One of the stumbling blocks he had was moving to a city that did not have a non-discrimination ordinance that included sexual orientation. Fortunately for us, he did come to Omaha and was taking that risk because he believed that we would step up to the plate. But for a lot of people, Omaha is not simply a choice because of that. That's a barrier that they refuse to come to our city and invest here and live here because of that. So that's something that we should probably be changing. I can only imagine the amount of people that we've lost or have not come to our city because of it, or the talent that has fled out. In my field of nonprofit as well as your work in the city council, a lot of times we're asked to plant seeds under trees which we will never sit. But to me, I think we can make a decision today. The seeds that we plant today, we will be able to see the growth from what we do. So thank you for support on this.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Dorton of the Law Offices of Robert Dorton at 4426 South 19th Street. Here to testify in support of the proposed change to the non-discrimination ordinance. And like a lot of other people today, my comments this afternoon are going to concern the business climate. I'm a small business owner here. My husband also owns a small business in town. And this amendment to the non-discrimination ordinance will have a huge effect on Omaha's reputation nationally as a business-friendly place to be. And I have just something that I'd like to offer into the record. This is a list of states that have similar laws to what is being proposed today, and also a list of our peer municipalities around the country, cities and counties, who have similar ordinances on their books. Like a lot of people have alluded to, Omaha really over the last decade has made enormous strides in becoming a desirable location for business nationally. I feel like we're right on the verge of an enormous breakthrough on those grounds. And the simple fact of the matter is that we need to amend our non-discrimination ordinance in order to attract and retain national employers to this market. We also need this change to attract and retain the best professionals and their families to live here. And this ordinance is extremely important for the individuals who will benefit from it, who will not have to worry about being fired for an irrelevant personal characteristic. But it's also important as a really strong signal to everyone around the country that this is a progressive community, and this is a community that cares about fundamental fairness, and it's a community that is not tone deaf to the best practices and the current standards of a vast majority of the business community. And like I said, many of our peer jurisdictions on this list have similar ordinance, and a lot of them are cities a lot like Omaha, the same size, the same type of demographics. A lot of them are cities in the Midwest and the South. They're not just cities like New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. They're cities like Omaha. So I want to thank you for your careful consideration, and I would encourage you to vote in favor of this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to Councilman Gray for introducing this ordinance, President Gurnett, and council members. I'm Joni Stacy, and my address is 3202 South 119th Street. I am an attorney in private practice here in Omaha, and also a very active member of PFLAG, which is Parents, Families, and Friends of Lesbians and Gays, in their Omaha chapter. Omaha now has the fortunate and surprising, for those of us who've grown up here, title of the 40th largest city. And I think, as you can see from my colleagues today, that we'd like to start acting like it. The packet that you received about those other relevant city ordinances that are similar to the one proposed today, there's 135 of them. And so I don't have a calculator on me, but I think that we can safely say that some of those are going to be smaller than us, given the fact I just gave. And really what this is about is the fact that orientation and gender identity are innate characteristics. That's been established by every major psychological and mental health organization in the country. So given the fact that it's innate, the fact that we would consider to hire or refuse to hire or fire someone simply based on an innate characteristic is completely opposed to the Omaha that I've grown up in. I find it impossible to quantify the energy it would take for an employee each and every day at work to hide who they are. We spend, hopefully, a third of our day at work, another third at sleep. That's an awful lot of time and energy wasted on the simple fact of hiding who you are. So I'd ask you to entertain the possibility of what it would be like and what those performances of those employees would be if they didn't have to wrestle every single day with hiding who they are, and they could simply concentrate on making this a better city, a stronger city. And I shudder to think of the vast number of high school graduates we have that are LGBT that can't wait till their high school graduation to depart this city, never to return. They are bright and talented, energetic people that have a lot to offer this city and would otherwise stay, but for the fact that they don't want their employment, the food that they put on their table for their families, to be at threat every single day just because of who they are. And I have a rare opportunity, being self-employed, that I can advocate and I can speak freely and I don't have to worry about getting fired. But there are many people who don't share that, and that's simply unfair. Each and every year there's a day of silence in April where those who have either been taken short in their lives because they're LGBT or have taken their own lives based on the rejection that they've suffered from family, their faiths, and their communities. There are candlelight vigils held everywhere for that. And I can't tell you this spring how many people said to me, I'd love to come, but I can't. Because if I'm seen, I run the risk of losing my job. That isn't the Omaha that I grew up in. And it's not the Omaha that I see for the future. You should be judged as an employee based on the merits of your performance, not on who you are. And I think that's what Omaha's about, and I just find it impossible to imagine that you couldn't support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
still afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Diane Perry. I live at 7531 North 155th Street. I've lived in Omaha my whole life, grew up in the Benson area, and I have little by little become more and more involved in the community and in organizations that address prejudice and discrimination. And I try to be attuned to those times when it's important to notice what's going on and see if I can make a positive difference. I'm a diversity planning and management consultant, and I am speaking on behalf of myself. So even though I am associated with several nonprofits, there's been a common theme in my whole life of advocating for equality. I am involved with several organizations right now dealing with LGBTQ issues, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning. One of them is GLISTEN, Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network, and they're an educational group that helps provide support to schools for their gay, straight alliances and for any of the students at middle school and high school levels to help support the different issues that they encounter. And they're also an educational component, have an educational component to what they do. They have a national school climate survey that they conduct every 2 years with middle schools and high schools. This year there was 7,600 and some students that participated in this survey. And from those statistics, and their statistics on students that are LGBTQ, and those statistics help provide information that we can then relay to people and organizations. I'm a board member of GLISTEN. I'm also a member of PFLAG. Joni spoke of Parents, Family, and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. PFLAG and GLISTEN have collaborated and have created a speakers bureau. It's the PFLAG GLISTEN Speakers Bureau. And I'm going to just take a couple minutes to explain it because it's important to the point that I want to make. This Speakers Bureau presents to area college and universities in the metro area to human relations classes, gender studies classes. At the college level, we also present to high schools and community organizations. And through that opportunity, we can relay educational statistics that from this survey to future educators and other folks interested in the community so that they have an idea of what the experience is for those students and the youth that they work with, either in schools or outside of schools. I want to share a couple of those statistics because what they're experiencing at the school level, if that is not corrected, and it continues and it's in the work environment and in the workplace, and if there is no non-discrimination policy in place for them to know about, once they finish their secondary school years, they're going to go possibly somewhere else to seek employment. And that's why it's so important for me to be here in support of the proposed amendment that's before you right now. The statistics that I wanted to share with you, and they were just released last week, so it's the 2009 statistics. 66.5% felt unsafe in the school environment due to sexual orientation. When they had a GSA, Gay Straight Alliance, it was 54.3%. So it affected in a positive way. That percentage went down as to how they felt unsafe. If there was inclusive curriculum, it went down again to 41.2%. When there is a comprehensive policy and there's enumeration in that policy of sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, then it even went down further. As to physical appearance, when there was an enumeration in their comprehensive policies, at 52%, there was the unsafe atmosphere and there was harassment. And once those policies, I hope I said that correctly, when there wasn't an enumerated policy, the harassment was at 52%. When that comprehensive policy was put in place with those enumerations, it went to 36%. That's a pretty big jump. As to sexual orientation, for this particular area of when there was not a comprehensive policy, it was 43% regarding sexual orientation. It went down to 32% once that policy was in place. For gender expression, harassment was at 44%. After that comprehensive policy with enumeration was put into place, it went to 26%. So it is making effect. That's the point I want to make with all of this, is that if we have data and we see that it is making an effect at that level, can you imagine in the workplace what effect that's going to have for adults and young adults and all adults? There's another piece that I want to add to this type of information. I had the opportunity to go to a conference that GoGLBT held last spring. I'm in support of that organization as well. And one of the speakers at that conference was Justin Nelson, who's the co-founder and president of the National Gay Lesbian Chamber of Commerce. And if you aren't aware of that organization, it's one that you may want to become aware of. And one of the statistics that he shared that has stuck with me because I found it very interesting is that he shared that 10 to 25% of an LGBT employee's workday is spent in fear of losing their job. That's a statistic. So imagine if there's a comprehensive non-discrimination policy in place stating those enumerations for these folks, that's 10 to 25% more productivity time, because when someone's in fear, they aren't going to be 100% present in what they're doing. If you remove that and eliminate that, that's a positive, it's a win-win situation, and I can see that what you have before you with this amendment can be a win-win situation. We all deserve to be judged on the quality of our work, irrespective of any personal characteristics. On a personal note, I'm a mother. I have 3 children. 2 of them are gay. They're all grown. They all have left the state, even the straight one. That's a shame. And one of the main reasons that my 2 that live outside of this state aren't living here is for this exact reason, because there's not a non-discrimination policy in the workplace. I miss them. I'd love to have them here. I love Omaha. But that's a real sad statistic for me. So I urge you to seriously think about this and listen to the people that are speaking here today and give it credence. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Council members, good afternoon. My name is Scott Winkler. I reside at 3506 North 104th Avenue. While I am an employee of the city, I appear here this afternoon as a private citizen. I would urge you to support this ordinance and add sexual orientation and gender identity to the city's non-discrimination policies. To me, this issue is largely one about jobs, and we find that the private sector is often a leader in these sort of things because they recognize the economic benefits of having a diverse workforce. Let me give you just a few of the companies in Omaha that have this kind of discrimination. I'm sure you will recognize most of the names. Among those are ConAgra, Union Pacific, First Data Resources, the Gallup Organization, Peter Kiewit, Cox Cable, Wells Fargo, Oriental Trading Company, Berkshire Hathaway, and Mutual of Omaha. I really don't want to repeat some of the things that were said here before, and they were very good points. I guess my final comments would be, I think this is simply the right thing to do. And this is something that needs to happen in order to make Omaha a competitive city in retaining and attracting a most diverse workforce. And I guess also in closing, I think that a measure of our humanity is how we treat one another in public discourse. And I think this ordinance enhances the human fabric of our city, and I would urge you to support it when it comes up for a vote. And I would thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary George. I live at 3031 Lafayette Avenue. My partner Jim Cox and I, we've been together for 18 years, and one of the best things that we ever had the opportunity to do in our life together was to serve as foster parents for a young man. We were approached by the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services quite a few years ago and asking us to consider being foster parents for a young man, EJ. EJ came and lived with us when he was 16. He celebrated his 17th birthday with us. We were the first time in his life since he was age 5, when he was first kicked out of his family home, never to return there, and had gone through the foster system from here to California and back. And when he came to live with me and Jim, it was the first time that he had ever been in a family who were like him. There's not a happy ending to his story, because EJ took his life while he lived with us shortly after his 17th birthday, unable to bear up under the kind of harassment that he was getting in one of our own public schools here in Omaha. So that's the saddest thing for me, that I can't turn back time and make things different for a kid like EJ. The hopeful thing for me is that we can make things better going forward for all of the other EJs that are out there in the world, and I urge your support for this change in ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Mr. President, members of the council, Jerry Slesky, 8712 West Dodge, representing certain companies in the business community and who support the policy of this proposed ordinance as well. What we have asked for, and we mentioned this morning at the pre-council hearing, was some time to study the provisions of the proposed ordinance. I've talked to Mr. Hindenbosch from the city attorney's office. I've talked to Joan, the attorney representing or being part of this group, and we have developed a 6-person committee to study this, and we've asked for a 4-week layover to come back with maybe a tightened up ordinance. We'd appreciate your support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Dacia Cruz, and I'm here representing the Greater Omaha Chamber, 1301 Harney Street. We are here today as well to respectfully request that the council lay over this issue in order to give us additional time to research the impact it could have on businesses and the ability of Omaha to compete for jobs and investment. As you know, including more protected classes and the non-discrimination language has been discussed at the state level since the early 1990s and by Congress for longer than that, without either body adopting changes. This is a difficult issue to get right. As such, we think it deserves more time and attention than the city's normal 2-week process provides in order for all interested parties to understand the ramifications, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. I'm Rick Brenneman, 4515 Woolworth Avenue. Be real brief. Councilman Gray, I want to thank you on behalf of those people in our community that are too scared to come up here because they could lose their job or lose their house. You've given them hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
My name is Georgia Abel. I live at 2018 North 100th Street. I've lived in Omaha all my life. I'm just here because I have a big family, 29 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren, and I love Omaha. I love my children and grandchildren, and I respect all people because we are children of God and we have human dignity. we have an intellect and free will that we can choose good or evil. And I feel that if we write a civic law that's contrary to the natural law, it's a mistake because it's not healthy or life-giving for the peace of the community. The building blocks of a strong nation is the family, and it's the nearest thing. A happy family is the nearest thing to a taste of heaven on earth. So the first point then is let's have our laws in accordance with the natural law. Even in the physical concepts, we see that we need a negative and positive to generate a current of electricity. Our garage doors aren't going to open with two negatives or two positives. The best thing we can do is reach for the natural law. The second point would be that I think in our fragile economic times, entrepreneurs and small business people could be hurt with, expensive litigation over this issue. And the third thing is, it was wonderful to hear about all of these big corporations that are open to people of all persuasions to work for them. And I think that if we do a job with integrity, we don't have to put out into the public sphere what our sexual orientation is. That's ridiculous. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
My name is Tammy Story. I live at 1614 Grandview. I don't live within the city limits of Omaha anymore. I work in Omaha, though. So this ordinance is going to affect me very much. I could regale you with horror stories of the time that I was searching for a job since I retired from the military. But being someone that suffers from gender identity disorder, I wanted to make you aware that there is a health standard out there for us called Harry Benjamin Standards of Care. And that requires people like me to work, live that life in that new gender role for a minimum of a year. Now, I got lucky, even though with my current employer I had a lot of difficulties, had to cross-dress for a while. They finally come around and allowed me to be me. But there are people out there that are unemployed, homeless, that are looking for jobs, that are like me, and they've got the qualifications. They got college, they got all of this, they've been dismissed from a job from coming out or whatever. They need to level the playing field. We're not asking for a hand up, we're not asking for a handout. If I got the qualifications, give me the job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents?
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Boyle. My address is 420 South 11th Street. I'm here individually. I was in my office and I was doing some work and listening to this in the background and rushed up here from my office in the Old Market to testify in favor of this proposal. I have represented men and women who have actually been fired because of their gayness, because they were gay people. And some of it, every one of the firings was tragic. But
very talented people. And I filed complaints with the EEOC of Nebraska, which is hopeless. We didn't get anywhere, but it was an effort in futility and kind of to put them on notice that this kind of discrimination was taking place. So what you're listening to today from the proponents really is true. This goes to the heart of a very important issue. It's about who someone is. And I think we need to respect that. One other thing I want to mention to you that probably will come, maybe it won't because you may not have thought of it, but it may come as a surprise to you. The number of people, because of my high profile in the city and my involvement with the AIDS Project and so forth, the number of business people in this town whose names you would recognize immediately, who have sons and daughters who are gay, nieces and nephews, who would like to be here today to speak on their behalf. This is an issue, this time has come. We need to be fair. We need to treat these people, all of our people, with respect. So I hope that you will pass this. It's a very positive thing to see happening in our city, and I hope that we will vote favorably. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Any opponents?
My name is Pete Smagas, and I live at 1015 Mercer Boulevard, Omaha, Nebraska. I am a Christian, and you've heard from many Christians today, many reverends and people with collars on, so that's nothing new. I'm a dad, I'm a grandfather, I am employed, I'm a taxpayer, and except for a few years, I'm a lifelong Omahan. As a Christian, I can take you through the Bible, God's Word, from cover to cover and show you that the act of sodomy, homosexuality, is described as a grievous sin, is abomination, is called vile, unnatural, filthy, and unlawful. And I don't say this out of hate. I'm here, I'm giving up my time. I love homosexual people. I don't like their behavior. I know where it's going to lead. And so I don't want to be painted as a hate monger, which I've been many times. As a dad, I taught my children to wait until marriage. Now they are wonderfully married. Most of us here are Nebraskans. We know that if you plant good seed, by God's grace, you'll reap a good harvest. And God has blessed us very much with the outcome of our children. I am a grandfather, 4 grandchildren. I care about the environment in which my grandchildren will grow up. We don't tolerate murder in this city. We don't tolerate theft. And we shouldn't tolerate sexual depravity. Where does sexual depravity go from here if homosexuality is affirmed? Well, in Canada, the pedophiles are very pleased there that now that the age of consent has been lowered. Where does it go from here? I'm employed. I've worked with children all my life. I've always taught them that there is a moral standard. We aren't always going to achieve the standard every time, but we don't change the standard because of our weaknesses. I'm a taxpayer. I like to ask the question, who pays the bill when a person gets AIDS or some other sexually transmitted disease and they don't have insurance? They're unable to work and yet pile up huge medical bills. Is that something the City Council wants to encourage? The STD rate in Omaha is possibly our biggest blemish. I'm a lifelong Omahan. I'm proud of the state of Nebraska. There are 2 articles recently in the newspaper
how God is blessing this state. Bucking trend, Nebraska's poverty rate drops. Report sees turnaround in metro area, jobs and housing. Our state legislature has passed some cutting-edge pro-life legislation. Nebraskans voted overwhelmingly to defend marriage. God is blessing this state and city. In Psalms 33:12a, it reads, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." Could we say blessed is the state? Blessed is the city whose God is the Lord? I've met many people who have moved to the Midwest, to Omaha particularly, from the coast, and they like the traditional values of Omaha, Nebraska. They don't want what's going on in California and New York. They want good, solid, traditional values that we have here. In closing, I've got an article here from the Gazette, published by the Rainbow Outreach Metro Omaha GLBT Community Center. And I'm going to read a couple quick sentences. GLBT folks from Nebraska are taking advantage of the pro-gay laws in Iowa and are moving to Council Bluffs and the surrounding areas of Potawatomi County. The result is that as GLBT numbers grow, so does our political clout. And we are now making an impact on the politics in Council Bluffs. Over the past 3 years, the Council Bluffs Community Alliance, CBCA, has met with elected officials from the city, county, and state levels, and politicians from both political parties have met with the CBCA. These politicians know that our growing numbers are influencing elections. And as our numbers continue to grow, we will increasingly expand our political sphere of influence. They want to be the San Francisco of the Midwest in Council Bluffs, Iowa. I don't want San Francisco of the Midwest. If it's on that side of the river, the line is drawn. People don't have to go very far from Omaha, Nebraska if that's what they want. I've got a couple brochures if anybody wants them, what the Bible really says about homosexuality. This is a very, very powerful issue. It's no small thing. The drugstore debate was nobody's going to die if they don't get the drugstore on 50th and Dodge. But this issue is not only physically lethal, it is spiritually and eternally lethal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. President. To put my glasses on here so I can see. Is Ms. Cruz still here? Dacia? You have to identify yourself.
I'm sorry, Dacia Cruz, Greater Omaha Chamber, 1301 Harney Street.
Hi, Dacia.
Hello.
I consider you as a friend, so I'm using the word Dacia if you don't mind.
That is quite all right.
Okay. I have to admit I was somewhat perplexed in terms of knowing which side you were going to come up on, proponent or opponent. And so not that you have to necessarily address that, but all of these things that I do with politics and with education, I log in my mind the various books I'm going to write. And so I don't know, I might have to include something about this day and what this day represents in the city of Omaha. But one of the things I brought you up for was the whole idea of comments made by people having to do with, and I think the phrase was the creative segment being driven away from Omaha. And so I know that the chamber is going, looking at all different angles, and I know that your job isn't to commit the chamber here today. Will the chamber take a look at the piece? This is my question. Will the chamber look at the piece that says we're driving businesses away, and we're driving creative people away, and our seniors that are in high school, they get their degree and they're out of here. Is that one of the pieces that will be factored in when the chamber takes its position?
Yes, and again, that's one of the reasons why we are requesting that you lay over this vote, is to give us time to research the entirety of this issue and its impact on Omaha.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the fact that you're an open-minded person, and I just have a feeling that whatever you come up with, and I don't know what it'll be, but whatever you come up with, I don't think you'll do it just by, off the cuff, that you're really going to put a lot of thought into it.
Well,
That's
thank
all
you,
I
Councilman.
wanted. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Stothard?
Thank you. Just a couple comments. I support laying this over because I understand the complexity of this issue. What Ms. Cruz said, I think, and Mr. Slusky, I think we really need some time to study this and to get it right and to study the impact on businesses. The one thing I did want to ask Mr. Kratz, if you're still here and awake.
Paul Kratz, City Attorney. I'm still here and still awake.
Do we have a city ordinance that already bans discrimination on anyone?
We have an ordinance that bans discrimination on the classical categories: race, sex,
color, creed, the nine
religion,
that,
whatever. Those are, yes, we do.
Okay. And also, does the City of Omaha have an anti-harassment ordinance?
I believe that might be an executive order, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay. I'd like to find that out.
Bernard, do you know?
It's a good thing to know. It's cool. We did that. We did that with the school. Provision into.
Bernard Indenbosch, Assistant City Attorney. I don't believe we have any city ordinance that would apply to the public at large. We have anti-harassment policy, either policy or executive order, that applies to the City of Omaha. Whether or not it would apply to these particular protected classes we're talking about here today, I doubt that it specifies those classes. I haven't looked at it recently, but I know there is one that applies for the City of Omaha and the treatment of its employees.
Okay, all right. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I just want to make a couple of corrections here. First of all, it was said by one of the opponents, or the opponent, that the employment rate has dropped, and it has for white citizens. It has not for African Americans and Latino citizens. In fact, it has gone up. Secondly, when you talk about pedophiles or sexual deviants, the vast majority of people who are involved in that kind of activity are heterosexual, not homosexual. So those are two things that I wanted to correct. But let me also say that when we talked about laying the matter over, I think we will discuss that next week. I would prefer not to do it this week. Let's give the group a chance to get together, because they have formulated a group of, I believe it's 5 or 6 people, Mr. Slusky, and Jeff and others. So I want to give that group a chance to at least meet and so forth. And then if we still need more time, then I'd be willing to lay it over for as long as it takes next week. But this week is just a public hearing, so I'd rather not do it this week. Let's wait until next week and see where we go, if that's okay with you all. All right? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Slusky.
Yes, Mr. Thompson.
You have to identify yourself, sir.
I did. Jerry Slusky.
I consider you as a friend, too. So I'm going to say Jerry.
Thank you, Franklin.
You're kind of like Houdini. You're an amazing person in that the last 3 months I've been working with you on several different things, and it's interesting your abilities to do things and get things done. Now, having said that, this committee that you have, is it made up of a cross-section of people, or is it just the business world?
No.
Is it just the GLBTQ community?
Yeah, after your pre-council meeting this morning, Michael and Jeff, myself, Randy from the Selden Company, we were trying to get a hold of the chamber. Where's the chamber?
In the back corner.
There you are. And you weren't at the pre-council meeting, but hopefully you'll be on that committee.
Still with us, Mr. Slusky.
And
Still
Stacy?
with us.
Okay. Is she?
Don't play
yes?
to the audience, play to us.
There you are. 5, 6. Good
So,
cross-section.
Cross-section.
Yes.
But initially, the people who brought you on were the business community.
I have been hired by the business community to help support this proposal for the benefit of Omaha.
Okay.
And to work through the implementation and the enforcement of it, the details, the provisions. of
Okay.
it, to make it a good ordinance that'll work for a long time.
Okay. You got your work cut out for you.
It's okay.
But you're Houdini.
We'll do the best we can, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Hope you like me too. My friend. All right. Let's see here. We have no further lights. Next item.
Item number 20. Item number 29, ordinance to amend Chapter 34 to allow 48 hours for removal of ice and snow from adjacent sidewalks to provide for special assessments to recover the city's cost of removing ice and snow placed in the streets by property owners and to regulate on-street parking during snow emergencies. We have 2 amendments.
Talk about a wide range of subjects today. Public hearing on item number 29 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Scott McIntyre with the Public Works Department, the Street Maintenance Division. I am here to ask your favorable consideration of these ordinance changes and to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents?
Joe Gudenrath, Downtown Improvement District, 1620 Dodge Street. First of all, I want to compliment Bob and Scott on their efforts to remove snow last year. The windrow concept was a new initiative, and with the amount of snow they had, they did a very good job and received many, I heard many compliments I passed on to them from downtown stakeholders. But in regard to this amendment, I'm here in opposition to the amendments dealing with 34-332 and 34-333 in regard to their impact on a business district such as the downtown. The first point, the shift from 24 to 48 hours to remove snow from sidewalks. The downtown, as in most business districts, have and rely on pedestrian traffic. This extension would provide another day's worth of hazardous sidewalks and allow those properties who wait to negatively impact those property owners and businesses who do proactively clear those sidewalks. The second part is that the ordinance as it's stated now allows property owners to push snow into the street. The elimination of this does make sense to those who take advantage of this. For example, parking lots who push their snow into the streets. However, but when you're dealing with a business district, many of the properties, especially in the downtown, literally have no place to push the snow. The suggested place along the curb, as the amendment reads, does not work for the downtown, as we want to also keep the meters clear and allow visitors who park be able to access the sidewalk right in front of their car. So my only suggestion is that if you do move forward with these amendments to either, one, exempt the downtown and possibly other business districts from these amendments, or amend the code entirely to create a special section dealing with snow removal in the downtown and business districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. McIntyre, just a few more questions for Public Works, if you don't mind. I know we've been asking a lot of questions in the last week or two about this, but just want to make sure we're getting things understood here. And I actually had a few of the same issues Mr. Gudenrath brought up that I wanted to ask about. But first is, we've talked a little bit, you and I did via email on the business district issue, because not only is that an issue potentially in downtown, but it's an issue in my district too with Benson, and I know you're in conversations with them, and also Dundee, and maybe Florence, about the idea of pushing snow to the middle and getting that removed so it's not an issue for the business district and the meters, and for you having to come back in, days later with backhoes and removing stuff. So in our conversation, we did talk about this windrow issue, because in the past, last year, for example, I think it was kind of common practice that in downtown, the business owners could move the snow into the street, and Public Works readily removed it because it made sense for both parties to do that. Under the new ordinance, though, a concern was, well, if we're going to start finding people who do that and push things in the snow, how do we handle those business districts? So that's my first question for you, if there's further progress you've made on that analysis. And then secondly, if you believe that does require some kind of amendment to what's proposed here, or an exemption.
Scott McIntyre, Public Works. We talked about the fact that once that snow is either along the curb or in the center of the street, and other private property owners push their snow into that existing pile, that's common practice, and that doesn't create a problem. So continuing with that practice just simply makes sense. Where it becomes a problem is where you've got a large amount of snow from a parking lot, and that gets pushed out into the street, and it either restricts a lane that wasn't restricted by the windrow, or creates a cost for the city to go out and pick that snow up and remove it. So, we think under these ordinances we can continue to allow the practices that that have been used for years, really, where property owners put snow out with snow that has been plowed off the street by the city, and it's either allowed to remain there along the curb line, or it's picked up in the center. So, it's certainly not our intent to fine someone for putting snow out into an area where we're going to pick it up, where the whole concept there is to get that snow out of the right-of-way and allow easy passage for pedestrians, from parking spaces and the street onto the sidewalk.
Okay. So you think in the body of this current ordinance, that allows for room for common practice just to do what you've been doing in the downtown area?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you'd do the same in Benson and other areas where you'd be center plowing?
I think any area where we're plowing to the center and picking the snow up, the same policy and the same procedure would be used.
Okay. Mr. Gudenrath, question for you on that topic before I move on. So the question is, knowing that and assuming it as a common practice, is that okay, despite your previous comment about maybe wanting an amendment or an exemption?
Joe Gudenrath, 1620 Dodge Street. It's just, do you read to the letter of the law, or do we have common sense working with the Public Works Department? In the past, common sense has always worked. I always get afraid to have something in place that says, you're considering an ordinance that says don't push it into the street, when the discussion here is that you can push it into the street. So that's where, common sense can prevail, but I always get a little leery because a lot of the downtown businesses want to follow the letter of the law.
Okay. Mr. McIntyre?
Yeah, Scott McIntyre again. And if I could just make a comment, there's kind of a unique situation downtown where there is no place to put the snow. You can't push it out on the street. You don't want to leave it in the sidewalk. And the practice has been to get the snow to locations on corners. It could be in the middle of the block if parked cars don't block it, so that the city could come back and pick it up and remove it. And maybe that's something that could be included in the agreement with the downtown improvement district. So maybe that's not really an ordinance issue, but an agreement between the city and the district.
So you'd like to do that through the DID agreements versus this ordinance?
If that works, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Otherwise, common sense prevails.
We
I'm
try
a
to
fan
use
of
common sense, yes. Yeah.
Okay, second and third things for you. An amendment we've received and is attached to this ordinance now that is just today was the issue of no parking on one side of the street. If we're doing odd sides of the streets for snow emergencies in the eastern part of the city primarily, there are some sides of the street where you're not supposed to park. But an amendment proposed would say that even if that's the case, during a snow emergency, residents could park on that side of the street if it's a whole side of the street that's been called a no parking side, right?
Correct.
And not be fined and all that business.
Correct. And there are some specified no parking zones that are there because there are site restrictions and it would be dangerous, and those are signed differently than blocks where it says no parking this side of the street. And so where there's a safety issue, that parking restriction would remain, but where it's no parking this side of the street, that would be waived for the snow emergency.
Okay. And then lastly, there was, I think Mr. Gudenrath mentioned this, and I've heard this from some folks in my district too, the 24-hour versus the 48-hour clearing of sidewalks. And based on a comment this morning during pre-council, it sounded like that's a suggested way of going from Public Works, and maybe based on your practical experience with it, but the 24 to 48 is not a major plank of your new snow strategy if that changed. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's not a make or break issue, and that really is a judgment call. And if it is the judgment of this council that they want to remain with the 24-hour time limit for property owners to get their sidewalks clear, that does not really change our snow plan significantly.
Okay. I think that'd probably be my preference, and looks like would probably require an amendment to this for next week, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. President.
Mr. Jerem?
Yes, I would just like to make a couple points. One, I do not support the 48-hour rule as proposed, and I would want to keep that at 24 hours because a big part of District 3 is very urban, dense area that people need to traverse to catch the bus, for walkability issues, to get to their place of employment, for commerce, and things like that. And I think the extension of that rule is really detrimental to District 3. As far as the pushing snow to the middle exception, as we'll call it, for the downtown business improvement district, I'd like to see something in writing, even if it's a memorandum of understanding before we vote on this, to make sure that the downtown merchants do have the comfort and peace of mind to know that this is your intention and you intend to follow through with that. These are all great things. I had hoped by now, and I requested if you could get it to me, is to follow up on what the plan is for the city for snow removal in the alleys. And I'd appreciate if you could get on that and get that to me.
Thank you. Mr. McIntyre? I think the entire council would probably like to see the alley concept, if you can get that to each one of us, so we don't have to have 7 of you coming at you at different times asking
Sure,
for it.
and we are in the process.
A couple of things here from my perspective. I think it would be safe to say that last year, or this last snow season, we had 49.5 inches of the snow hit us over that entire season. And by some of my businesses on South 24th Street, they seem that that's where it all landed. But we know that that's not the case, but that we certainly got our share down there. And we certainly had our share of problems that seemed to cause a lot of furor in getting them resolved. We're looking at, since how South 24th Street is laid out between L and Q now, with its enhancements as far as bump outs and those types of things. And anything that I can take back to my district in regards to, it's a little bit different than Dundee and Florence and stuff like that. I didn't hear those types of problems that I did from South 24th Street that corridor? Anything going on that you should be aware of, that I should be aware of?
It is our intent to talk to the various business districts, and so if there's a South Omaha association or business district that we can talk to, talk about our plan, talk about their particular needs. Certainly any communication on what we're going to do and a discussion of how we can coordinate efforts is going to be beneficial. There's every area has its own unique problems, and South 24th Street has kind of a unique problem in that there are cars there almost all the time. You've got the people there that are doing their marketing and working during the day, and then at night there's a lot of residents there. So there's very few opportunities to get into those on-street parking spots and clear them out. And if we can get with the South Omaha folks and talk about how to best do that, and we get people's buy-in to that plan, that would really help.
Well, let's work on that together with the South Omaha Business Association and the South Chamber folks.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Okay. Next thing, I'm still a little on edge about when a snow emergency is announced, and we're talking about an odd-even program. How is the coordination going to work when that's announced until the time the trucks get into the residential area?
It's going to be a huge...
Is it going to be trial and error for a while?
Hopefully not. I mean, it's going to be a huge undertaking to get that word out there, get people to understand what this program is about, get them to understand the odd even, what that plan is. The first time we do it, we need to make sure that we go out through all of the available media and get that message out there. And we want people to buy into this and understand that with the odd even parking, where we can get one entire side of the street plowed and then get the other entire side of the street plowed and get that snow off there, we can be done in 48 hours. Where, what we dealt with last winter is with the number of cars parked out on the street, we never really got the snow off the street. The snow was between cars, the snow was on cars, as cars pulled out after, sitting in a parking space for 2 days, and they pulled that snow with them. There was just, we're just constantly fighting that. So this really will be a benefit for the people who live in these areas where there's a lot of on-street parking, and that's what we need to work on, is educating folks about that.
And I am daily asking Mother Nature that our first snowstorm isn't until Christmas Eve. So between now and Christmas Eve, what is the educational game plan for getting the public to fully understand what this is all about? Can you lay something out in a very simple timetable in 60 or 70 seconds?
I can at this time, but it's these ordinance changes are the first component of getting that snow plan out there, and very soon after these ordinances are adopted, with whatever changes you may find appropriate, there will be a press release and a very concerted effort to get information out through the media to neighborhood groups, to business districts, so that people understand, the elements of the plan that they really need to be aware of.
Yeah. I mean, even though that we're broadcasted live and then a repeat tonight, it doesn't reach everybody, and I just want to make sure that we're covering everything. And I feel a little bit better now knowing that once we get through this first stage of the ordinance and all of that, that you do have an educational component that you're going to put out there, but it's going to be based on what we finalize here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I can't emphasize enough, as you have, that, that's a very big component of the plan, the education.
Okay. Let's see here. I think that's enough for me. Thank you very much, sir. Both of you. Joe, you as well. Thank you. All right. No further lights. Next item.
Pursuant to City Council Rule 70, the public hearing on agenda items 30 through 32 shall be held on third reading. Pursuant to City Council Rule 7C, the public hearing on agenda items 33 through 35 shall be held on the second reading.
Chair will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
For the purpose of discussing labor negotiations and litigation.
Second. We have a motion and a second to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing labor negotiations and litigation. Roll call.
Stothard? Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Mulligan? Mr. President.
Yes. City Council is going into executive session for the purpose of discussing labor negotiations and litigation.
Who's buying pizza? Todd's buying pizza? Okay. Good.
Thanks, Buster.
Do we have a motion to come out of executive session? Yeah, we do. We have a motion and a second to come out of executive
Motion to come out of
session.
executive.
We already have it. And a second.
Roll call.
Oh, Gary seconded. Stothard, Thompson, Festerson. He's gone. That's right. Gray.
Yes.
Jerem. Mulligan. Mr. President.
Yes.
Read your statement.
We're coming out of
Please.
executive session, which we only discuss labor negotiations and litigation. Need a motion to adjourn. Roll call.
Stothard, Thompson, Gray, Jerem, Mulligan, Mr. President. And here comes the press after.